Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome everyone. So good afternoon. I'm pleased to call to order the 279th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Costa Mesa, California. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on an electronic public comment portal available on the council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and groups. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. I'll remind members and others to speak directly into your microphone so that we all can hear. And lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers of your cell phones and mute your connections while the council meeting is in session, as the Anderson donut rule is still in effect. And with that, I'll call Executive Director Burden for the roll call of the council members.
Good afternoon, council members. I will be taking the roll for the November 2024 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Heather Hall.
Here.
Michael Clark.
Here.
Lieutenant Sky Marie Williams.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. David Hogan is not present. Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Penninger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Soames.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Here.
Ryan Wolf.
Here.
And Marcy Aremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll call, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Director Burden. All right, take us to the agenda. Any comments on it? Changes to be made? Approval of? That's the hint. Danny Evanson,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion.
please.
I move that the council adopt the detailed agenda found in A3.
Okay, very good. Is that language accurate? Language is accurate. Okay, the first second. Second by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. All right, discussion. Let's see, none. Oh, Lynn Mattis.
Do we need to add the discussed second closed session to the agenda?
Director Burton.
Thank you for that remark. I would recommend we do that, and I would suggest Saturday afternoon.
Is that an amendment to the motion? Oh. Well, we're starting off right this week, aren't we? Mark Grelby,
I'd like to offer an amendment.
please do.
At the end of the languages there, add with the addition of an additional closed session on Saturday, November 16th. I'm not going to, and that's it. Well, 2024 if you want. And then I'll speak to my amendment if there's a second.
Okay, I guess, would you want to add a time for that or just?
No, I didn't want to put the time on.
Okay. A second by Lynn Addis. Okay, discussion? Okay. All right, all those in favor of the amendment to the motion to amend, say aye.
Aye.
No? Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now we have an amended motion on the floor. So discussion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. Let's see, that'll take us to, I believe, the ED report. Director Bird.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item A4, the Executive Director's Report. The Executive Director's Report to the Pacific Fishery Management Council typically provides information on informational reports, changes to council membership, advisory body and committee alternates that are in place for the current meeting, select activities that have occurred since the last meeting, and other updates not announced elsewhere that may warrant summarization. So I won't read this entire report for you. I'll just give your attention to a few matters. One, you do have several informational reports as indicated there. There are also a couple of supplemental informational reports that have come in that are not included in the write-up. One is the information for the 2025 groundfish stock assessment cycle. And we recently added the National Seafood Strategy Implementation Plan. Moving down the list, you do have several alternates that are in place and helping your advisory bodies at this meeting. Those alternates are outlined in that table that you'll see. Let's see, upcoming after this meeting, we will say goodbye to Dr. Kit Dahl, who will be retiring in early January. We are currently recruiting for a replacement for his position. That is a position that I plan to have focus on protected species in addition to all the other fun things that a staff officer at this council does. And then lastly, we do have some general information for you per usual. Even though we don't have a COVID health emergency anymore, we do encourage you to follow health and safety protocols as outlined there and contained in the general information part of your briefing book packet. Let's see, also included as part of my ED report is a supplemental attachment 1. And this supplemental attachment 1 is a update on a project that we began discussing in June. That project is an update regarding bringing together an external review of the council's stock assessment to management process. And so I had hoped to have a RFP for you to peruse in June or in September rather. And then I had hoped to have one here for you in November. Suffice to say, as we all know, this is a very sensitive topic for a variety of reasons. And we're taking the time to do this right. I've been working closely with the 2 Science Center directors to formulate a scope of work, which we have then turned into a draft RFP. We do see some select excerpts from that RFP. I have not included all of it because of the sensitivity of this issue. I don't want to put something out that's not ready, but there are some select excerpts that may be of interest to you. Included in those excerpts are some wording that we've put together, we being myself and the Science Center directors, regarding the shared vision of how we utilize our scientific resources within the council process and how we envision achieving that vision. And there's a brief overview of the vision of the project as it stands today. So one question for you all, really there are 2 questions. One question regards the timeline for conducting this work. When we first began conversations about this work, there was some interest in trying to wrap it up in a way that would inform our next groundfish stock assessment process. At this time, that looks highly unlikely we'd be able to make that timeline. We can still pull something together with some haste, or we can slow down and look for our next groundfish cycle. So one question that's been posed to you all to consider is whether you would like to empower a subset of council members to work with me and the Science Center directors directly over the coming weeks to try to finalize this RFP and get it out on the street with the intention of getting some bids on it, or whether you would just rather slow down at this point and look to something that can help advise our 2027 assessment cycle. So that is the extent of my ED report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions on the ED report? All right. Careful scanning of the room. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. That will take care of the ED report and take us to open public comment. I believe we have at least 5 people signed up, I believe. See the screen here shortly. Oh, Heather?
Thank you. I would, before we move to open public comment, can we talk about the supplemental attachment? I heard you, I took it very literally that we were moving from the executive director's report. And I thought a discussion on the supplemental attachment would be.
I was looking for hands. But...
Okay. I was being too literal there. Well,
so, okay, we're still in it. We haven't started public comment, so
okay.
You have the floor.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you again, Merrick, for putting this document in the supplemental briefing book and getting the process started on, this careful look at our stock assessment process and how those decisions get converted to management. And I'll just share for the discussion that I'm concerned about a process that moves too quickly. I think we've heard pretty strongly from our industry folks that the concerns are coming from them as well. And I think an opportunity to hear from the GAP and the GMT would be really valuable here, and just open the conversation to how we work that into a timeline that helps us get an improved process as quickly as possible. Recognizing, I think we need some more input, a slower timeline than trying to get something done before we meet again in April or March, excuse me.
Okay, Asia, Samala.
Thank you. I'll offer, so in some of the conversations we had after our closed session earlier today about this topic, I think it came to light that there were a couple different avenues that I've heard industry, or I was really familiar with one avenue of concern around the process of going from an assessment to catch limits, more concerning the sigma value than the assessment process itself. But I also do hear that there are some other sectors of industry who might be really interested in the assessment process itself and our input there. So in light of that, I do agree. I think that there is this really good space to make sure that we're capturing all the concerns that industry has with the overall cycle. I do hear an urgency from them to move forward on thinking about this. And some of the industry members that I've spoken to have asked for the same thing, the same kind of process that you were describing, Merrick, where we look around the country to see what other approaches are used for these different steps. But I just think that there are a couple more areas of concern than just the process of the STAR panel process and going through the assessment to the point where the SSC is looking at the assessment. So I'm wondering if there's a way to balance finding the right people to do this work with also adding a step later, perhaps in March, to gather input from people on what exactly we're exploring. If there is money and willpower to go forward with this, I do think it would be a really helpful indication to industry that we are moving forward with something. I don't think that like doing nothing right now and waiting till March to pick up the discussion is the right thing. But so I'm interested to hear other folks' thoughts on some balance of moving forward and gathering input from our groups to make sure we're exploring the right thing.
Butch? Butch Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some thoughts, a couple of years ago, this topic come up and I, with all the questions around stock assessment and stuff, we might be given a different answer. I do understand we do want to hear from the public and our advisory committees on this issue, but I do think there's a need to look into this without, not that there's, we have the best people in the country working on this stuff, but I do think from what I heard from the public and over the last couple of years, there is a need for this. And I think we're, whatever that timeline looks at, I'm not the person to give you that, but I do think that 5 years from now is too much. 5 minutes from now is too soon. And somewhere in the middle of that is it seems like to me would be, and I'm not volunteering to be on this committee. So, but I do see the need for this at some point in time. I just, so everybody sits in the room and tries to get on the same page on this and see what's going on. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the Merrick for raising this for discussion, the document you put together, and also appreciate the comments that were just raised. And I know, as you noted, you've had some discussion with the Science Center representatives. Just from a regional perspective, in whatever timeline you end up deciding on is fine, but I do want to just put a placeholder in that the regional office will also want to be engaged on this. In particular, I want to make sure we are very careful of any kind of RFP or any kind of expectations of exactly what this will be looking into and ensuring it is consistent with what is the council's role. There are very specific things the council can weigh in on when it comes to pre, during, or post-stock assessments. There are also things that are really not relevant to a council action. But of course, I understand the impetus behind this and happy to engage in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. What else? And Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to others, kind of struggling about what the appropriate timeline for this is, noting that the timeline for the 2025 assessments has already started. The main bulk of the data is due in 2 weeks. I know at least in Oregon and internally, our state processes have already started. We've had internal meetings. There are pre-assessment workshops scheduled for November, I think late January, early February. So even if we start now, we've already missed part of the process. Would it be worth waiting? I'm struggling if it's worth waiting until we can have a full open process to bring it back in March, or a more fully vetted RFP. So not a question for anybody, but just a couple of thoughts.
Thank you, Lynn. Asia Sabalo.
Thank you. And my thought, I just want to comment directly to Lynn's thought here, but I'm, if we're asking for an outside observer I think your note about missing the start of the process is really in reference to the part of this where we're asking an outside observer to follow along with the entire process and watch it. And I'm curious if we need to, if that should slow the whole thing down, if missing this one little piece of it should slow the entire thing down, and what's lost by losing the data call portion of it, or if that's something that they could evaluate after it has gone forward. Then yeah, perhaps all of this is easier if we see a timeline for what it looks like in totality. But I think that there have been a lot of calls for help around this. And so if there's will to move on it, then I don't think that letting one part of the process that's passed by should stop us from continuing to move on this analysis.
Corey Writings.
Thanks. I also agree. I just think this is important work, and I'm appreciative of council staff and the science centers thinking about this and opening this window for exploration for all the reasons. I'm still a little hazy on the timeline. So I just want to make sure this is out in public, which is that theoretically, if this was to move forward at this point, we would bring a third party on to essentially sort of witness the 2025 portion of how this is going. And that would be ostensibly participating in the STAR process, talking to different people. I'm also assuming that would mean engaging with the advisory bodies and the public through this platform. And then at some point in probably like mid 2026, coming back to the council with a report and saying, okay, here's what we saw, here's some ideas for improvement. And then the council would have the option at that point to think about implementing those in 2027 or in the future as they're feasible. Just turning to council staff if that's an accurate description.
Director Burton?
Yeah, thank you, Corey, for outlining that timeline. I would say, yes, you've got it. I would say I would add more flavor to what you said, but I don't think that would help our conversation at the moment. So.
Mark Grelnick?
Thank you, Chair Penninger. I just want to offer a few comments. I remember where all this started. And it started with concerns that the council had over an assessment process. And the goal of this exercise was to have a third party take a look to help all the participants, council, science center, public, have more confidence in the system, have more confidence in the results. I appreciate that it's not the council's role to do stock assessments. I don't think that means that we are necessarily silenced when it comes to commenting on those assessments. And I think that part of building confidence in the process is allowing those discussions to take place. So, and I think I was sort of hopeful. I think many of us were that this process would have started already, but I appreciate that we're being careful in what, in how we proceed. But I do want to make sure that when we do go through this process, that all the considerations that the council members and the public and advisory bodies may bring will be seriously considered and addressed, even if it's not the role of the council to do stock assessments.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Okay. Anyone else? Heather?
Thank you, Chair Penninger. So maybe we're really close. I really appreciated Ms. Riding's description of the timeline and your acknowledgement that that's what we're talking about. That helps so much. And I just wonder if just in addition to what you've posted in the attachment can all still happen. So maybe there is a subgroup that keeps this ball rolling because we know it's important to keep this moving forward. I'm concerned about also losing Science Center attention to getting the RFP right. If we delay too much into the stock assessment process, I know they're going to be busy. So that allows the overwinter conversations to happen. And then maybe within just an added opportunity to bring this back in March at the March council meeting for input, more broader input on the project and making sure that we have some of those concerns expressed by other management teams, the GAP, the GMT, the SSC, without putting too much of a delay in it, really making the process transparent and open, but still moving forward on a timeline that helps us get to a place where we can at least have some information to contemplate sooner than later.
Any other? I'll turn to Director Burton to summarize where we're at here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think we're landing in a good place. And way I would summarize things is that we aren't looking at this point for a subset of you to be empowered to make a decision. I think what I'll be looking for is some volunteers to help me, and assuming the Science Center directors will continue to partner with me on this to help us all keep advancing this, and then bring something back to you. And I'll put March a little asterisk depending on our agenda at the moment, but March or April, I would say, for your review and to socialize that within the council. I think that's where we're landing.
Okay. Oh, then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. So we wouldn't be identifying those people right now. That would come under day last with our membership and COPs. That way we have a little bit of time to talk amongst ourselves as to who might be the best people for those subgroup, or however you're calling it, or were you hoping to get that information today?
Dr. Bird.
Thank you. Because we're not appointing anyone to take any action, I think this is pretty informal. I'd be happy to circulate an email and see who responds and wants to help me. If you'd rather do that in a public discussion, I'm happy to entertain that too. But I think just given that I'm looking for volunteers, I can do this pretty informally.
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director. I appreciate the clarification on the process. Just wanted to make sure I was clear, and figured others may have the similar question. And I'm fine with what you're proposing.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. Anything else for the Executive Director? All right. We'll close that agenda item, and then now we'll go to open public comment. And I know there's like 5 signups at least. First up will be Wayne Cauto, and next up, followed by Teresa Labriola. Wayne, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger, council members, staff. Wayne Cutto with Coastal Conservation Association of California, representing the recreational angling community. Hate to start it with this, but I want your help. I need your help. CalCod was deemed rebuilt in 2019. CalCod Conservation Area was repealed January of 2024, opened after 24 years of closure. There's a 0 bag retention for the recreational CalCod. CDFW and NMFS need biological samples to inform status. Model can only be statistically updated at this point. We can't expect much change unless at the next assessment, if we don't collect more data to inform the model. In California, it's unlawful to harvest, possess, land, purchase, sell, exchange CalCod. Fish and Game Commission and within the state can't do anything until the feds do something to help us. We're in a catch-22 in this process. This isn't fair to the recreational anglers. We've done the hard work. We took off, we stayed away from the CalCod. We left it open or stayed away from it for 20 years, 24 years now. And if it's been deemed rebuilt, we should be coming up with a way to get our access back to those species to reward the angling community for their efforts, their conservation efforts. Some of the recommendations from updates lately, we need to provide fishery dependent and independent data for CalCod. Visual surveys should provide multiple absolute abundance observations for CalCod to understand the stock size and status. Length and age data collection should be improved and expanded. Age, additional age, double reads, and age validation information should be collected. That's just a small list. At its November 2019 meeting, the council adopted final preferred alternatives to change the 2020 harvest specs for CalCod. You guys can get into those details. They're in the books. There has been an underutilization of allocation within the IFQ program. I look at it a little bit differently. We need to find alternate ways to open this back up so that we don't get back into the situation we just got ourselves out of. How do we turn the spigot back on slowly, easily, that we can control and manage and collect the data needed to inform the models so that we can get a better handle on where we're at, what can be allowed, and how we can turn that spigot open a little bit at a time to help us all. One of the ideas that was floated from CDFW is potentially, just an idea, what if we opened up a 1-month fishery in California, or however why do you want to open it, but a 1 month during what we would consider more of an off season at like right now during November, when most of our fisheries are calming back down, people went back to work, people are getting ready for the holidays. We don't have the loads that we normally would have during the summer months. We could open it up for 1 month and see how it works. It's a trickle. We have available allocation that we could possibly use. So we already know that we can stay within what's out there, but it's just an idea, right? We need something, and I'm looking for your guys' help to get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Questions for Wayne on his public comment? Marcy Remco?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thank you, Wayne. And I appreciate the opportunity for us to have a bit of sidebar discussion earlier this week. And I think you're right to start these discussions early. I appreciate you reminding the council where we've been and hopefully where we're heading. My question for you is, have you had any early discussions with the commercial fixed gear sector about building potential opportunities for some limited retention in that sector as well, since it is a shared allocation between rec and commercial fixed gear?
Through the chair, Mr. Remco, I have not since our conversation last night.
Great, thank you.
Corey Writings, followed by Mark Rowley.
Thank you. Thanks, Wayne. Appreciate this. I'm wondering if you have any ideas about actually how that data could be collected and what that would look like. And if there are creative ideas coming from, though it sounds like the rec fleet is where this is starting the discussion from, but what are some ways that we could make sure that that data gets collected and into this process?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Writings. We have started some collection programs through our recreational fleet, especially with the CPFV fleet on other groundfish species, which is kind of a good template in the beginning stages, but it is a template and we can expand upon that hopefully. So data collection through the fleet and then turn in through CDFW.
Thank you, Corey. Mark Rowley.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And thanks, Wayne. We had discussed CalCod in the previous spec cycle, and it was determined we needed to be careful. So I appreciate the caution that you're suggesting we go forward with here. My question to you is, I understand that you are retiring as Executive Director of CCA California. Is that true?
Through the chair, Mr. Gorelnik, yes, I am. 12/31/2024.
Follow up. Does that mean we won't be seeing you again, or are you going to continue?
Oh, I'm hot on this subject. I'm not done. I'm just retiring as Executive Director for CCA California.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Marcy.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, we appreciate this need and the interest, and we certainly want to keep Wayne engaged, and we'll be looking to him to help advise us on development of what alternatives we might bring forward in the specifications process next cycle. We're really looking forward to this. And I just want to highlight some of the data collection efforts that Wayne mentioned. We are collecting CalCod through our CDFW EFP right now. But again, that's a kind of a limited group of fish that are being collected. What Wayne and I discussed and what perhaps we might be looking to do is, developing a very limited recreational opportunity in a month with low effort, but that we aren't constrained by needing to control entry in terms of who's in, who's out, who gets a report card, who draws a tag, those kinds of things, which are administratively difficult for the state to administer and take a lot of time to build. So we'll commit to be looking at some numbers and what we might expect in the way of productivity of, a very limited, time limited fishery. That's just a starting point, kind of a spitball idea, but that's just to say that we intend to have these discussions stateside and certainly in advance of the specs process, so that hopefully we will bring a agreed to package within the scope of the next spec cycle for consideration, and that the data that we might collect, certainly we hope will inform future stock assessments. And just a reminder that we've got a tentative scheduling of a benchmark full for CalCod tentatively on the 2027 list. So just again, highlighting the stock is very important to both our commercial and recreational fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, Wayne. Next up is Teresa Labriola, followed by Dan Yocum. Welcome, Teresa.
Gotcha. Okay. Starting my 5 minutes now. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger. I'm Teresa Labriola. I'm providing a comment today on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. I have some slides to keep you all awake after lunch. On October 16th and 17th, the Nature Conservancy hosted the Climate Ready Fisheries Management Risks and Rewards workshop that we've been developing with some council guidance for the past couple of years. The goals were to support the council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 and explore ways to inform and enable decision-making that recognizes the interconnectedness of ecosystem components as essential to maintaining resilient and productive fisheries. Next slide. I've attached with this comment in the briefing book, you'll see a summary report that was prepared, so it'll be available after my presentation and can provide you some comfort and company in dark winter hours. It provides an overview of our workshop presentations and discussions and outcomes. Next slide. The workshop was attended by 41 stakeholders to hear the latest science and learn from the council, other councils, including the North Pacific, Mid-Atlantic, and New England councils, and reflect on the Pacific Council's work. And it began with a participant sharing one word that they associated with climate resilient fisheries management. And you'll see a quick summary there of their responses that set the stage for our 2 days. Next slide. In the first session, we received a summary of risk table approaches from the North Pacific, Mid-Atlantic, New England, and the Pacific Council, and participants evaluated risk tables and the opportunity for using risk tables. Our report contains a summary of participants' thoughts on risk tables, and you'll notice just here is a couple that I wanted to scroll through for you. Some benefits included providing transparency, fostering collaboration, incorporating fisher knowledge, and building trust. Next slide. In session 2, we explored risk tables and indicators and why we've seen some resistance or hesitance. And some of that included lack of understanding of risk tables, lack of confidence in the outcome. Next slide. But there were a lot of solutions discussed. Participants fundamentally agreed on a need for additional socialization and education about the council's development and use of risk tables. This is consistent across councils, I think. They pointed to a lack of understanding of the council's current setting of P-star and Sigma. So kind of the start with why, what's the why of our risk table approach, or how risk tables can incorporate ecosystem and climate information into harvest settings. I think this is just one of the consensus solutions that people really appreciated learning and talking and wanted to see more of these opportunities as the council tackles the task of incorporating climate and ecosystem information into management. Next slide. Our third session, we presented other tools for achieving climate resilient fisheries. We had presentations on ecosystem level reference points, dynamic ocean modeling, and the Future Seas project. Next slide. And in our final session, we had a roundtable of 5 individuals initiate a large group discussion and were asked the following question: what are the specific opportunities to implement ecosystem-based fisheries management in the next 3 to 5 years? And some key points and sort of next steps coming out of this group, or define what is climate ready fisheries for the council. Go back to the beginning, look at the work we've already done on the Climate and Communities Initiative and make sure that we build upon the work that we're already doing. Start at the bottom, focus on how the oceans are impacting our food webs. Engage fisher knowledge and incorporate Indigenous knowledge, and focus on near-term tools to build resilience. Next slide. We ended with a participant reflection on next steps, and no one said, stop, don't do this anymore. Everyone wants to figure out how to do this. And it was a really encouraging couple of days with some of the smartest minds that are in this process. And they supported continuing to work with NMFS and the council on this project. They agreed that EBFM is an iterative process and that risk tables are no exception. And so we really appreciate all your time that you've given to this. This work is critical for ensuring sustainable fisheries and coastal communities. And we would just recommend that you consider asking the EWG and EAS to review this report, to schedule time to talk about it, and to take it into consideration as we move forward with Initiative 4 and other ecosystem initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her report presentation? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Labriola, for continuing on with this work after we at ODFW poached Gway Kirchner back. Appreciate the follow through. I know this was a long process to get to hosting that workshop, and from Gway and Jessica and a couple of others I talked to after the workshop said they thought it was productive. So thank you for your efforts on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Corey Writing.
Thanks. Thanks, Teresa, for providing this and for continuing and using this workshop as a tool and in relationship to the work that the council's doing, and for being here today and coming back to us with this report. Thinking about stepping forward and staying focused. What are some ways that, I mean, we're at the workshop. I was at the workshop, haven't seen the report yet, but what are some things that you would recommend that we do when we do get a chance to read this report and marinate on it and think about moving forward?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings and Chair Pettinger. I think the report has some pretty strong threads that run through it, that there is still a need for increased communication between the council and science centers, between the science centers and the management teams, and to have more informal dialogues and help each other understand the process. I think that the work is new and it's challenging. And when it comes to just being at the council floor or in the time crunch of an advisory body meeting, it's very difficult to digest it all and understand it all on that very short time scale. So give some opportunities to learn about this outside of the deadline. It was one that kept coming up over and over. Another was, and maybe this is more for the Science Center, is that fishermen are really interested in being part of the process and having information brought in besides at the public comment table. So find ways to incorporate, to use fishermen to build our data sets. I think maybe Wayne might have said something just like that on the prior one. So use the community. And then for the council, just as these agenda items come back up, I think the ecosystem work group and EAS could look at the report, see if it is consistent with their thoughts, and then continue to go back to the report to remind ourselves what people talked about, what are the challenges, what are the successes. Just one other thing that came out of the report was, we've done several workshops on the fishery ecosystem plan, including the Climate and Communities Initiative, and make sure we go back and continue to remember the work we've done and bring it forward. It's never over, and we can iterate and learn from it. So,
hey, Corey, Rebecca, Liz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Labriola, for the report and for holding the workshop. Sometimes this big blue sky thinking is something we don't always have the time for at the council meeting. It seems like incorporating risk was a big item of discussion. I'm also interested in the community aspects. Sometimes we are focused at the council on the impacts of our decisions on communities. And I'm looking forward to reading about the discussions because it sounds as if it was the dialogue in the other way. What would you think is the most important thing that communities need to do to be ready for climate change? Thank you.
That's very interesting question. Thank you, Ms. Lanton and Chair Pettinger. I think that coming from that, the communities, the most important thing that I think fishing communities can do is to learn, figure out how, talk to people one-on-one, build trust with the scientific community and the managers to understand that the work to build climate resilient fisheries is to make sure we have opportunities in the future, that the projects we're undertaking are new and they can be scary, but they're with everyone's best interest in mind. So to engage, I think, is the most important thing for communities to do in all levels of the process.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be Dan Yoakum, followed by James Wells. Dan, are you there? You're muted. Okay, I think you're there.
Trying to turn that on. I have an echo going. Is that still happening?
Dan, if you turn your volume down.
I'm trying it.
More than that, please. Are you there?
Okay, does that work?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, this is Dan Yoakum, commercial fisherman of Fort Bragg area, speaking for 6 or so vertical gear rock cod commercial fishermen of the area of Cape Mendocino to Guala. I need to express my concerns of the quillback debacle in particular. Most hands-on fishermen had seen no particular decline of quillback species prior to the alarm of closing the areas and taking our catch methods away and several species also that were in the range of these quillback. So I'm saying that using the methods of a 4-inch long mathematical equation against a data moderate abundance survey, meaning a poor amount of volume data. Basically, that's what a data moderate survey means, is a recipe for problems and leads to overfish status flags being waived unnecessarily. So another comment here is managing fish to the end of its range, meaning that these fish range all the way to the Aleutian Islands. We're at the dead end of it. So if you're taking your equations and applying them to the very end of where they live at, the math, it becomes overwhelming, especially when you don't have good abundance data. And so that's somewhat of what I'm hearing said by these other people in another way of saying it, in a sense. There's not good enough data. So also, I would request that the 12E gear be allowed in the state waters from 20 fathoms out, and the various species be allowed to be caught, such as lingcod and vermilions, canaries, and various other fish that the 12E gear has proven not to catch, but not affect the quillback. The quillback is just so tight on the bottom. So 30 foot off the bottom pretty much covers that issue. Also, being there was a lot of quillback caught by the sport fleet, is the way it was documented. They were let into the area where they were, almost just provoking to stack up more quillback caught right prior to closing it. They had gear right on the bottom instead of using 12E gear or something off the bottom. They had gear right on the bottom, and then established a number to work against the quillback status. So possibly sport fishers could raise up their hooks just 3 to 4 feet off the bottom. So a mock mini 12E gear would actually save and not, they wouldn't catch quillbacks as often when they were fishing on the bottom, if allowed to go back in where the quillbacks live at, and still be able to not have a mass entanglement and might not hook the bottom as often. But I'm thinking that possibly, not sure, but 3-4 feet off the bottom would actually help make a difference. So as I hear the other commenters here, really fisherman's survey is a thing that should be pushed forward. It's hard to push that forward, but it seems there's a great need for it. We were trying to push something forward there in fisherman's survey to allow catches to be sold, so that paid for it. I was told that you would have to go get a grant in order to do such a thing. And a grant is a few hurdles to jump for people like me or Aunt Dan Platt. But we'll make another stab at it again. But I feel that fisherman survey is really needed for abundance survey, not just where the fisherman is going and he went to some place and caught some. I mean, something that's equivalent to a John Tarm study and is done at all times and allowed to access it. So you do good abundance studies. So then giant 4-inch equations don't go against that. And I mean a 4-inch equation because I went and looked at what the formula is that is used to study it. And I won't be able to figure it out because I didn't take algebra all the way, but I do well in math, but I'm not even going to try to tackle it.
Dan, could you wrap up?
Okay, I'm good.
Appreciate your comment.
That's it. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you. Questions for Dan? Marcy Ripko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan, for your testimony. Whoa. Thank you, Dan, for your testimony.
I got to lower that.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe you, as you're aware, the council makes recommendations on regulations for federal waters 3 to 200 miles from shore. And the rules now are quite different in federal waters versus the state waters, where you've expressed concern with closures for shelf rockfish, canary, lingcod. So can you maybe explain to us, are there just no fish available in the federal waters? Is it an availability issue that's leading to reduced opportunities in federal waters, or maybe some other reason? So you can maybe explain to us what the issue is in the federal waters portion.
Yes. Yeah. Well, in our area here in particular, most of our reef rock area, and I'm talking about, small boat access or, less than 30 miles from port, the rock basically stops right at about 30 or not 33 miles. I mean, and so 90% of our hard bottom is within that 3 miles. The Cleone Reef ends exactly at 3 miles. A lot of the rocks on the way north up to Utah that we can fish on end at 3 miles. Then you go south of there and down toward Navarro, the whole Casper high spots are just a section of them are outside of the 3 miles. This year in particular, there was 4 layers of bait out there, and the fish just quit biting during the middle of the summer because they were stuffed entirely. So generally, this area, you need to realm different areas. So you go to where, there are some fish biting, and so you need room to roam. There's lots of fish, but they don't bite all the time. The quotas are not a problem, but getting to access the fish with, and it is 12-year gear. Their quotas, we're not going over any quotas or by any means. We're not even able to get to them with being just shoved out into the federal waters only. So yes, we do need the state waters, and the 12-year gear does not affect the quillbacks.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcy. Other questions for Dan? Okay. Thanks, Dan. Next up would be James Wells, followed by Leith Gildersleeve. James, welcome. You're muted, James. James, you're still muted. James, if you're not there, there you go.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council and staff. My name is James Wells, and I'm here in Fort Bragg. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the 12E gear inside of state waters. I talked to Marcy a few weeks ago on showing her some documents and stuff about state waters fishery with the 12E gear. I don't know. I was trying to put up a piece of paper for you guys to see over the 10 years of studying on the 12E gear. I fished it for about 8 years, so I know I have really good knowledge on 12E gear. I probably have more knowledge on the 12E gear than anybody fished it. Dan probably can give you, Dan Platt can get you some paperwork on that 12E gear showing that we do not catch one quillback at all. We're about 50 feet off the bottom with our first hook. And when I was fishing it, you couldn't use bait, so I never seen a quillback. And over all the years, it's a really established fishery that it only catches a certain amount of type of fish, a midwater species, where it was for chili peppers, canaries, widows. So over the 10 years of studies we did, 0 retainment of a quillback. Let's see. Yeah, the targeting mainly in the midwater fish, and that's inside, in and out of state waters. I fished it everywhere. So the vermilions, we're able to catch vermilions. So when we did catch a few vermilions, but not a lot of them, but we did. But we didn't key on those fish, mainly yellowtail and chili peppers and everything like that. So if there's 100,000 quillbacks in the water, we wouldn't catch one, because in 10 years we haven't. So I'm really going forward. There's only a handful of fishermen in Fort Bragg. Me and Dan Platt, and maybe one other guy ever fished the 12E gear here anyways. So it's not like we're going out there and really just killing the fishery. There's no possible way with the limits that we can catch, we're going to hurt this fishery. Let's see if there's any And anyway, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get our state waters, like Dan was just saying prior to this. You push this out too far into that 3 miles and out there. The feds are letting us fish the 12 a year, but the state, I guess, not letting us keep the lingcod or the vermilions. And but I don't see why it was even closed in the first place, the 12 a year, because there's no fishery. There's no quillbacks even killed or anything on it. So maybe they just didn't look at the paperwork. They just shut it down to, we'll figure it out later. I don't get it. But anyways, thank you for listening to me. And if you want to give me, I'll answer any questions you guys want to ask me right now.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Question for James? All right. See, no one. All right, James, thank you. Next up.
There's no questions for me on that. That's the most important thing about fishing.
I think we heard you.
It's a whole.
Thank you. Next up is Leif Gildersleeve. Welcome, Leif.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair Pettinger. It's been a while since I've been here. Thank you. Good to see you all. My name is Leif Gildersleeve, and I am a second-generation fishmonger. I'm a business owner. I have a fish market and a restaurant up in Portland, and I'm part of the HMS AS, and also participate on a marine fish conservation network out of Washington, D.C. Last fall, I participated in the MRAP training in Santa Cruz, and we visited the Moss Landing marina there. And I was on where they walked us through one of the survey boats, and it came to my attention when discussing or just when asking questions to the surveyors on that boat that they discard all of the groundfish survey fish while in the California waters. And that was pretty concerning to me based on the fact that I'm big on sustainability. I want our resources to be here for future generations. I've got kids and love for other people to be able to enjoy the fruits of our labors that we're all trying to protect in this work that we're doing here today. What I didn't understand with this discard of a bunch of fish that were caught and killed and measured and all the reasons that they're caught for good reasons, why they weren't able to be sold to the processors here while in the state of California versus in Oregon, they are able to be sold to the processors and utilized for food. While I can understand regulatory discards during other fisheries, so that the fishermen don't target a particular fish, like they're allowed to keep halibut, the X amount of halibut while they're salmon fishing, but not too many so that the fishermen don't target those fish. While doing surveys, I don't understand what the regulatory requirement is that disables these survey boats to be able to sell that fish to the processors to at least be utilized for human food. There's at least be donated to food banks or nonprofits or whatever it may be, rather than just discarded back into the ocean. So just I just wanted to bring this to attention. I felt like this was probably the best time to do it, an open comment period. And I was here in the AS meetings, and we're honoring Kit, as you see from my lovely shirt that you'll all see tonight as well. But anyway, just wanted a little bit of clarification. Perhaps Marcy or John here from CDFW could help clarify that a little bit. And thank you.
Thank you, Leif. Questions for Leif? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nope, not a question. I guess I would just note that the state of California does have a regulation that prohibits the sale of research catch. It's kind of a blanket, one size fits all regulation that we have, that the origins of which, we have very large research interests in the state of California, dozens of universities, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of researchers that are interested in marine science and collecting. And we certainly are aware of the concerns with discarding and the perception. And I guess all I can really do is commit that, you know, we've been having some discussions about where we might be able to make some amendments to the existing regulations to carve out some exceptions in some cases. But, you know, given the interest in research fishing off California, those exceptions have to be very carefully contemplated and developed. And it's not a quick process. And, you know, again, we have such a large number of researchers and interests involved that, you know, we have to, I think, inventory, you know, how much fish is available and how much can be allocated to different sectors. And this is not a quick fix. But you know, again, I can tell you that we've heard the concern, we're aware of it, and we'll continue internal discussions. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I make one more comment on that? So I think that what came to my mind when you said that it makes sense that there is so much research in that. Perhaps with this angle, and maybe the angle that you and we can go at with this is from this perspective, as a federal perspective, you know, there's regulations that fishermen can't, you know, it's illegal to have fish waste as a fisherman, as a commercial fisherman, and this being a federal regulation of those fisheries, perhaps we can approach the management of that, of those survey boats catch, you know, allocate that out of that as the federal perspective, so that it's in its own little bucket, that we are obligating the fishermen to not have fish waste. So we are also obligating the survey boats to not have fish waste under these federal regulations.
Rebecca Litt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gildersleeve, for the comment. I find that very interesting. And as a California resident, I'd love to find out more about it. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. As a matter of fact, the last meeting we came to, we were all offered free cans of tuna from a stomach contents survey. We were assured it wasn't the stomach contents, but actually tuna. It was actually pretty good. Can I just take advantage of the fact that we have you as a seafood dealer here? I've heard quite a bit about challenges in the seafood sector on the West Coast, difficulties with markets and competition with imports and so forth. So can you just give us I know we're short on time, but maybe just a couple minutes. How are things looking? What are your biggest challenges? What do you see for the future? Thank you.
Yeah, so especially as we thank you so much for the question, and thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, as well. You know, a little briefing on the West Coast fisheries. I mean, my goal has always been to advocate for more domestic fisheries. I think with new administration coming on board and potential tariffs, and that might continue to create issues with our exportability of our domestic seafood, which in my opinion is going to bring more opportunity to find more ways to get that into more of the domestic markets. While that might change the price point that the domestic fishermen and processors may be able to pay the fishermen, because we haven't established as the value behind our domestic market as much as some international markets that have currently been buying that. I think that there's a lot of opportunity to continue to expand that education and develop our more domestic markets when it comes to our seafood consumption. But, you know, as we saw with the black cod fishery and the drop in prices and the processors not even being willing to buy fish off of these boats over the last year, when that international market drops, it does create an immediate bump that is significant and, you know, pressing for the fishing families, because a lot of times, you know, we're operating in real, we don't have the savings accounts that. So it is going to be a bit of a rough road, no doubt, as it always is for fishermen and the fishing industry, unfortunately. But I do see an upside to this whole situation environmentally and domestically, to be able to consume more domestic product versus just bringing it in from imported sources.
Yeah. Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Leaf. Okay, that concludes public comment. It takes us to C1, CCC meeting record. Turn to Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item C1, which is the Council Coordination Committee report. In the interest of time, I won't go over the situation summary, and I'll just summarize the summary that I put together for you. The final CCC meeting report is not quite yet available, but it will be available on the CCC webpage. Looks like we're aiming for the end of the month. So let's see a few matters of note, which do not cover the entire length of the agenda, but a few items of note. We started off talking about NIPS priorities. A couple of things to flag here for you. One was the finalization of a policy to integrate the ESA and the MSA, and that has been done. That is something that a few of us worked quite hard on over the last few years in close cooperation with the Fishery Service. I think the end result is a good one. Let's see, the second one is actually an informational report that's been included in your briefing book. It's on flexible status determination criteria. This may be of interest to those of you that have thought about conservation objectives and salmon. May be of interest to some of you thinking about climate change and how to be more adaptive. There may be multiple reasons to consider this report and what it may mean for our work in the future. We talked about budget, as we always do. NIPS leadership has been clear to us that we being the councils broadly, should continue to plan on relatively flat budgets for the foreseeable future. Flat being nominal dollars. So when adjusted for inflation, that means that our funding will likely continue to decline. As part of this consideration, we discussed closer collaboration between the councils and the Fisheries Service in terms of priorities, the use of our resources, sharing tips and tricks, things of that nature. In the coming weeks, the council EDs and some NIMS leadership folks will be working on a joint paper that tries to outline some of the things that we could do together. We talked about some NIMS science priorities, a few things of note there. One included fishery independent surveys. That's always of interest. Those have been challenging to staff in recent years. We talked about climate ready fisheries, which is being driven right now substantially by Inflation Reduction Act funds. We talked about an integrated modeling system that's under development. And on the recreational side, we talked about fishing effort surveys. Mostly this was informational, didn't really lead to any action on the part of the CCC. Let's see, another item of note, we talked about the seafood strategy. This is also an informational report in your briefing book. There are several pilot initiatives that have been mapped out, and some of which I believe are in execution phase at the moment. Those may be of interest to you. We talked about the Inflation Reduction Act. All councils have received funding at this point. There was some discussion about where we overlap in projects and where we might be able to create some synergies. That's resulted in some conversations with some of my staff and other councils about how we may be able to work together to advance some of these, especially climate adaptation projects. And then other matters of potential interest to you all, we talked about there's a CCC EEJ subcommittee. They put together a proposal for a workshop in the summer of 25. The EDs will be continuing to consider that in January. The CCC Communications Subcommittee has been talking about the 50-year anniversary of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And there's a talk of putting together some outreach and communications materials, in particular, putting together a film. We did not take action on that at the last meeting. And lastly, but certainly not leastly, we discussed the continued implementation of the anti-harassment policies, and those continued implementations are focused right now on the development of training for council process participants. Similar to what we did a couple of years ago, likely simpler and more tailored to the council environment. And we are also discussing training for folks like myself, training in terms of how to do investigations when a harassment allegation has been made. So continued progress on that matter. I will stop there, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions on the CCC report.
Okay. Questions on the Executive Director Burton, the CCC report? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had some questions regarding the NIMS National Seafood Strategy Implementation Report. I was going to bring them up under D1. Is that more appropriate, or should I bring them up at this point? Questions for NIMS. Thank you.
Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lent. I would suggest bringing those up under D1. I'm not very well armored to or prepared to speak to that strategy at the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Okay. I think that that concludes C1. It takes us to D1, and it's about not too long, but we're going to change the gavel. We're going to take a short break, and I'll let Vice Chair Hasselmer catch us up for the day. Hopefully. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 3:35.
Good now.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, thanks everyone. Welcome back. We will continue our agenda item here with number D1, the National Marine Fisheries Service accomplishments and priorities. I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Ames to introduce this. Kelly.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassmer. As noted in the title, this is the agenda item where the region and the centers will report on their 2024 accomplishments and 2025 priorities as they relate to the various strategic plans. The council should consider the agency presentation and provide feedback as necessary. I just want to highlight your reference materials. You have a NMFS Report 1, and then 2 supplemental NMFS reports, as well as a copy of the supplemental NMFS PowerPoint. And with that, I would recommend you proceed with welcoming our NMFS partners to the table for their PowerPoint.
All right, thank you. Very pleased and honored today to have the regional administrator and 2 science center directors here. So Ms. Jennifer Kwan, Ms. Kristen Cook, and Dr. Kevin Werner. Good afternoon, all, and I'll let you get comfortable at your seats there. And I'm not sure if how you decided who goes first, so fire away when you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and council members. Thank you for giving us some time on your agenda today. I've done a few of these talks lately where I've had a chance to reflect on accomplishments and priorities going forward. And I always feel like I'm ending up feeling pretty grateful for a lot of what we do and what we've achieved. We've achieved a lot of really cool things this year. So I'm excited and proud to share some of those with you. And the things that I'm mostly grateful for include a lot of the work we do with you all. So look forward to having those few minutes. I don't know if you guys want to, if you have any opening remarks, or we should just jump right in because we vowed to get you caught up here. So, all right. I don't know how I'm advancing slides. Next slide. If someone, thank you. Quickly, this is our overview. We're going to do a quick recap on where we are with the Inflation Reduction Act, and then we'll jump into region and science centers and go from there. Okay, next slide. So Inflation Reduction Act, I am really happy to, so we're kind of at the end of the Inflation Reduction Act funding. So by this time next year, you probably won't be hearing much more from us about that. But a few things that I'm really proud about is the West Coast region took a lion's share of the Inflation Reduction Act funds. And the good news is they're almost all out the door. A couple that I'll highlight here that have been in the region's hands are the council funding, which I think you all are aware of. The PFMC will receive $2 million in IRR funding. And I want to thank the council members and staff that scrambled. It was an unknown and kind of weird process, but I want to thank everyone that rolled up their sleeves, and PFMC did a really good job in the national competition where all 3 of the projects were fully funded. And we just envision that these projects will help increase fishing community resilience. So we're excited to see those move ahead and look forward to continue to work with you on that. I think one of the biggest winners here is in habitat. So just under $1 billion of IRA funds have been awarded through our restoration center. They've funded about 214 awards. And on the West Coast, 60 of those awards and about 433 million. So just under 45% of the national level funding has come to the West Coast. So again, really competitive, and that's 10 times higher than the number of projects and 100 times more funding than the amount of projects we were able to do prior to IRA and BIL. We are starting to realize some significant gains there too. So for example, in the Puget Sound, with that funding, we are able to take the sub-basin recovery plan for Chinook in that area and implement every habitat action that's in that recovery plan. That's the first time we've been able to check the box and say we've actually completed habitat actions in one of our recovery plans. So yeah, the long story short there is we're making a difference and we're putting a dent with that funding. There is one more round of the BIL funding coming this fall. It's a smaller amount, but it's coming out this fall. Some of it has already been announced, and we'll see another tranche come out in the winter and spring. But we do have an interactive website that if you are curious about, let us know and we can hook you up there. But I think you can also find it just going to our website. The other big winner for us on the West Coast was with the hatchery funding. So as we've talked about last year, the West Coast region helped deliver $300 million to tribal fish hatcheries. $60 million went to the US v. Oregon Mitchell Act hatcheries. That's put a small dent into what's over $1 billion backlog and deferred maintenance there. But again, everyone is running fast and putting those dollars to work there. And then the remaining $240 million were invested in tribal hatcheries that produce Pacific salmon and steelhead, and that were in support of tribal treaty rights. Why this funding was directed to the tribal hatcheries and really focused on treaty rights, from my perspective, I feel that fulfilling those obligations, it really goes a long way for all of us. It goes beyond just those treaty rights, but hopefully will relieve and provide some support and pressures that we're feeling in some of our north of Falcon salmon fisheries. So that's it for me on Inflation Reduction Act. And but Kristen and Kevin have.
So I can say a little bit about data acquisition and management, that the pieces under the IRA that have gone out to primarily science centers and partners for both data acquisition and management. Those are two sort of separate pieces within the IRA, but we have, just for the purposes of efficiency, put them together here. On the acquisition side, about $107 million across the country was put into this subcomponent for data acquisition. And the way that NOAA Fisheries organized that funding was in kind of two big buckets. I've presented to you before, but I'll just go over that briefly again for your memory's sake. We divided it into what we're calling sort of data gap mitigation projects, where we had a lot of holes at the time of the passage of IRA. We had a lot of holes. We always have a lot of holes in data surveys and data acquisition. And so we put some of the funding towards satisfying some immediate data gaps. And then we put the other roughly half of that funding into trying to effectively dig ourselves out of a data gap mitigation hole, and put some funding and effort behind developing or pushing forward some of the advanced technologies that we had already been investing in, but albeit at a much lower level. So we were formed a number of working groups across the country to push forward on about 7 different types of advanced technologies to hopefully reduce our need for large ship time, which is what is so difficult for us, as you know. And so for the West Coast, I don't know what the numbers are precisely across the two science centers, but I would guess that in the neighborhood of $30 to $40 million came to the West Coast for data acquisition. And then the data management side is a bit more centralized by our headquarters offices. So that funding is going into modernizing our data, a lot of our data management systems that we use to manage fisheries data as well as other types of data that we collect. The Climate Ecosystems and Fisheries Initiative piece, which you've heard about from us before, is another exciting initiative that we are working through, sort of central within the science centers, where we've got teams of people that are united working across the two centers for the entire region, and then working with, of course, the West Coast region on developing our first sort of nascent applications under CEFI, where we're really integrating, I think, really the backbone of CEFI being taking advantage of the other parts of NOAA that are very skilled in climate modeling, downscaling those models, bringing them down to a regional level and applying them to our needs in terms of species distribution modeling and things like that to help us get ahead on and take advantage of some of the work that the council is going to be doing with their 3 projects, as well as other institutionalizing some capacity and capability within the science centers in the region to move forward on climate and ecosystems. And I think Kevin can talk about the salmon and facilities piece.
I'll keep it brief. We'll talk more about this subsequently in the deck, but the Pacific salmon was the only species that was called out by name in the Inflation Reduction Act. So there's $27 million going to Pacific salmon science between the 2 science centers, Southwest and Northwest. And I'll say more about that later in the presentation. And then facilities, I'll also say more about, there's $90 million of Inflation Reduction Act money going to the Northwest Fisheries Science Center to essentially recapitalize or find a new home for our 1932 campus in the Montlake neighborhood in Seattle, Washington. So with that, next slide, and I think we turn it back to Jen.
Thanks. So I think last year we were in California at this time too. And I just want to acknowledge, unfortunately, once again, I know it has been a tough year for our fishermen here in California, for their families in the coastal communities. So it's not lost on me. I'm acknowledging that. I know that why we focus a lot on fish, behind everything we do are people, and people that depend on the work that we do, whether you're tribes or a fisherwoman, a fisherman. So I'm committed to continue to work at solutions for these. But I just want to recognize that, and I'm hopeful that we will see a turn soon, at least on our salmon side. Okay, next slide. So a lot of accomplishments. I'm not going to read all of these, but just highlight a few that I continue to be really proud of and that you all can relate to is the work done on Amendment 32 and the regs that went into place at the beginning of 2024 that reopened thousands of square miles of fishing grounds. So accomplishment there. I look forward to hearing more about what folks are catching, experiencing, and seeing out there. The other thing that I'm really excited about, I don't know has gotten enough recognition, is our contribution to the bluefin tuna second rebuilding target being hit decades earlier than expected. That is a huge success. And on top of that, negotiating an increase to U.S. access to this rebuilt stock. I think all of this shows that what we can achieve when scientists, managers, and the industry work together. And I may come back to that theme in a little bit. On the protected species, 2 really historic events this year that I think you all have been hearing about, but again, just give some words and acknowledgement, are the removal of the Klamath River dams and the fact that we're seeing Chinook coming back already, like all kinds. And every time I say that, I just do get a little chill that, we give it back to them and they know what to do when they get there. Also seeing good Chinook returns in the eel right now too. So just hopefully that's boding well for all of us. The other that I would mention is the work we've done in the Columbia Basin. So the Columbia long-term stay agreement that's in place moves us out of the courtroom. And my hope is that if we can stay out of the courtroom in a lot of our forums that we usually are in the courtroom, that we're freeing up the limited staff resources we have to actually move past our extinction threshold and towards rebuilding and recovering our species. And then the last piece I would just touch on is organizational excellence. We did publish our West Coast Geographic Strategic Plan, and we are already starting to operationalize a lot of the shared strategies that the science centers and the region have been able to put into place. And I think a lot of that is thanks to the IRA funds, ones that we already talked about. For instance, CEFI is helping us advance our climate science and ecosystem-based fishery management goals, and the work that you all are doing to mitigate and adapt to climate-driven changes in fisheries with your IRA PFMC money we talked about earlier, which will help us also implement our EEJ plan. So I want to thank you all for your help in developing those plans. Okay, next slide, shifting to priorities. I think we've included our priority document in your briefing book for a full list. And again, just to make up some time here, I'm only going to focus on a couple that are here on this list, but priorities at this point in time, supporting fish communities in the transition from the large mesh drift to gillnet fishery and the implementation of a new permit for directed open access groundfish fisheries. I think that new permit will improve both the council and NMFS accountability in tracking the directed open access fishery. This coming up this year, I think it's going to take a lot of time, and many of you will be at the table. We will be convening the take reduction team for the West Coast fixed gear to address whale entanglements. So that is going to be quite an intensive. It's a very compact process that's going to drive a lot of stakeholders, hopefully to consensus across the 3 states and many different fishing interests. So a priority, I will be focused on that and everything we can do to help bring people to consensus there. We'll continue to engage in the West Coast saltwater recreational with the saltwater recreational anglers. And with that, I take an opportunity to invite you to the roundtable discussion that will be happening tomorrow, and I plan to be there. Tomorrow, we'll be looking for input on recreational data collection, how we can re-envision it to create more of an enhanced partnership and improve data accuracy. So hopefully we'll see you all then. And the last thing I want to highlight in terms of focus areas are the aquaculture opportunity area. And thank you all for your early engagement as we developed our work in that. The draft programmatic environmental impact statement that identifies aquaculture opportunity areas in federal waters off of Southern California will be available to the public tomorrow, and will publish in the Federal Register on November 22nd, and it will be open for comments through February 20th. So this programmatic environmental impact, it identifies the aquaculture opportunity areas, or the AOAs. It analyzes the impacts of siting and operating different types of aquaculture facilities in the area. It analyzes alternatives for identifying one or more AOAs in the Santa Barbara Channel, in the Santa Monica Bay, and in both areas combined. Within each of those geographic alternatives are 2 sub-alternatives that are based on the type of aquaculture that may be sited there. So one sub-alternative will analyze potential impacts of macroalgae and shellfish only, while others will consider potential impacts of all types of aquaculture, including finfish. We will notify the council with more details. And right now we have plans to brief the Marine Planning Spatial Committee on December 5th. A couple of things that are not here that I do want to just give, again, some words and some thoughts to that I'm looking for ways to elevate in my priority list. And I think a couple of them are particular to California are the Central Valley Spring Chinook actions that we can take. So we should be by the end of the year publishing our new Central Valley biological opinion on water with the water management and with Bureau of Reclamation and the state there. We have some advances in spring Chinook actions there, specifically some agreements on pulse flows where we're seeing good survival from the pulse flows. So we're hoping to see there, that help kind of stave off further downsides with the spring Chinook. And again, if we stay out of the courtroom there, I'm hoping then I can take the resources that we had focused on those biological opinions and have them move towards some more actions in Butte and Mill Creek, as well as the San Joaquin areas. The other one is recognizing the status and the constraints of the fall run, Central Valley Fall Run. So we've been working with the state and others on a fall run action plan to try and get ahead and identify actions that we can do to help with the fall run. I think if I could find ways to elevate more work there, it would be trying to expand that fall run action plan to look something closer to something that might look like a recovery plan. And the final thing that I'll probably be spending more time on is pinniped predation, both in the Columbia as well as in our Puget Sound area. So the last thing I would say is, we're in the midst of kind of a regular changeover that happens every 4 to 8 years. So these are the priorities as they stand now. I know that we are awaiting direction on what our new priorities will be. And so I imagine some of these will evolve and change. But either way, I intend to be here and continue to do work with all of you. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to whoever's next.
I think I'm next, and I'll take the next slide. So I just start out by echoing some of the comments Jen made at the top. I'm looking through, I'm going to talk about the Northwest Center accomplishments and priorities, and looking across those. None of those accomplishments, or very few, probably none of those accomplishments we could have done on our own. They're accomplishments that we do in collaboration with the Southwest Center, with the regional office, and with partners in the council and beyond, in the world beyond. These are things that we are increasingly collaborative in how we approach our work, and you'll see that as we go through the list. The second sort of overarching comment I wanted to make is about our annual guidance memorandum, which is an attachment to your briefing book. This is something we do every year, but this is the first year that we've actually titled it, and we've titled it execution of our science. This year, we're in the midst of the Inflation Reduction Act investments. We've hired up a number of term employees to support the various things that you're going to see in here. So we really wanted to put the focus this year on executing the different plans and frameworks that we've had in place for the previous years that we're now putting resources against doing. So I'm going to just sort of touch on a few things as we go through this. If you want the full details, I'd encourage you to refer to that document in your briefing book. Next slide. So in terms of our FY24 accomplishments, I just call your attention to a few things on this list. The first is our surveys, and we completed the full slate of our surveys. I'll show what those look like on the next slide. But this is never a trivial undertaking. That this is an important data collection activity for the work that you all do, and the work that goes on beyond the council and management. Of particular note, we are working on an integrated Hake and CPS survey that we were able to test our methodology for this summer that just ended. And we're looking forward to the full integrated survey between the two centers next year, which I think is a super exciting development that you'll hear more from both of us as we move through time. Let's see, what else do I want to highlight here? I'll talk more about salmon science a little bit later. Offshore wind, I'd note that we collectively published our West Coast offshore wind energy science plan this fall. That was a lot of effort on the part of all three of our organizations. And I'm excited by the content that we were able to put out there. And then I just note the last statistic on there in terms of the term positions that we've hired with the IRA funding, 32 of them. That's a big number, and that's spread across the different priorities that you're going to see going forward in the slide deck. Next slide. This is the promised slide on our surveys. So you're familiar with the we do 3 core surveys for our sustainable fisheries mission, the Hake and now the integrated West Coast pelagic survey. We do our bottom trawl survey and we do the hook and line survey. So you can see those on here. You may be less familiar with the rest of our survey portfolio. We do an annual survey for juvenile salmon. We also do an annual survey for juvenile rockfish. We do an ecosystem survey for the Northern California current out of our field station in Newport, Oregon. And sort of consistent with that, we also do a monthly or semi-monthly survey for the Newport line going out from Newport. And then we do a survey for southern resident killer whales. And this is something that we're evolving. This is the one survey that we did not actually complete this year, and we're looking to sort of change up how we do going forward to make it more effective for our mission space in that area. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is another collaborative accomplishment that we do between the two science centers. I want to give a shout out to Mary Hunsicker, who took over the Northwest Center lead for the California Ecosystem Status Report that was delivered to you all in the spring. This is something that we'll continue to do, and Mary will continue to lead that for the Northwest Center next year. And you can see that's a team effort with a lot of folks on the screen, and something that's been evolving and I think becoming more and more important to what you all do. Next slide. I mentioned salmon earlier as the only species that was called out directly in the Inflation Reduction Act. We, ahead of the Inflation Reduction Act passing, sort of coincidentally had done a strategy, a science strategy on where we wanted to focus our efforts around salmon science. Southwest Center had done something similar. So we combined the two and came up with sort of 4 areas of investment of that $27 million that I mentioned before. The largest is an integrated model development. So this is, think, life cycle modeling and investing in the sort of the next generation of life cycle modeling for salmon. And then the other areas are, barely read them on here, restoration, reintegration, and recovery techniques. So if this is working in the freshwater environment for salmon. And then on the lower right corner is the habitat stressors in freshwater and estuary environments. So this is things like water quality, some of our ecotoxicology work. And in the lower left-hand corner is the ocean and nearshore ecology. I need to get reader glasses. And this is obviously an important part of the life cycle for salmon that we've been investing in. So we've been investing in all 4 of those components. And as I said, we're looking to make FY25 really the year where we're realizing the fruits of the investments for the IRA through the science that we're doing. And you can see, this is an important point in the slide. It's not just science for the 4 components I talked about. It's for the application of that science. And so we work predominantly with the West Coast Regional Office and the folks that are in Jen's organization, but also with people outside in different organizations that are involved in salmon science application across the landscape. Next slide. Okay, I mentioned our annual guidance memo. This is just a sampling of that. I'm not going to read through everything in here, but I will emphasize that data collection. This is something that's going to continue to be a bread and butter operation for us. I think this has been true in my entire time at the center, across, this is something that's important for basically everybody. So we'll continue to invest in our data collection. Kristen mentioned some of the advanced technology that we're investing in as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. You can see those listed out here on this screen, the omics, the active acoustics, passive acoustics, uncrewed systems, et cetera. For the Northwest Center, we have a large effort in terms of leadership on the omics initiative. That's something that we've invested in historically for our salmon mission, but we're increasingly spreading that around our mission space so that we can look at things like environmental DNA and things like that. Stock assessments, obviously important and something we're going to continue to invest in. Aquaculture, we're continuing to invest in the development of methodologies for sablefish aquaculture at our Manchester field station in collaboration with the Jamestown Scallum tribe and others. Next slide. The ecosystem-based fisheries management, the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative, this is a shared investment between the Southwest Center and us. And we're to the point where we're about ready to identify the specific projects that we're going to be working on. And we'll be doing those as I said, in collaboration with the Southwest Center. And the idea here is to, again, be very application oriented, sort of like I talked about with salmon, so that the work that's coming out of this is directly supporting management activities in the regional office, in the council, and other places. Offshore wind, I've already talked to, and then recovery of protected species. One thing we've done, we're in the midst of right now, we're almost done with, is the Olympic Peninsula steelhead listing. We're looking at the valuation of that. That's been a pretty big lift on the part of our folks. I already talked about the salmon recovery science strategy and how we've been realizing that through the Inflation Reduction Act investments. And then I mentioned earlier, I can say a little bit more about the investments to our facilities. We have 5 field stations. Across those 5 field stations, we have multiple buildings. We only have one building that was built in this century. So we have some pretty old facilities. So we're investing in the Montlake campus. This is our headquarters where the majority of our folks are in Seattle. Most of the Inflation Reduction Act money we got for facilities is going to that facility and looking for the future of where that's going to go. We've been working with GSA on identifying a new lease facility for that over the last few years, and we're going to continue to do that work. We're also investing in our Manchester field station, as well as our Sandpoint campus in Seattle. These are also facilities that are pretty dated, and we have resources to invest into recapitalizing them. So that's exciting. Next slide. And this is where I turn it over to Kristen.
Great, thanks. Couple of things at the outset here for my presentation. One is that we lost our graphics support in the Southwest Center years ago, and we've never replaced them. So my slides are a lot more boring than both of these guys, but maybe we can collaborate next time on graphics. So I got text heavy slides. The other thing is that Kevin mentioned, a lot of the things that Kevin went over in his slides are ditto for me. So I may just cruise over those things in my slides and make up a little bit of time here. So next slide. So similar to the region and the Science Center, FY24 was full of a number of accomplishments for the Southwest Center as well. So as you all know, we're full up in data collection activities and stock assessment activities every year. But some of the highlights for FY24, of course, our California current ecosystem for coastal pelagic species, which, as Kevin noted, we had a really good FY24 year in terms of trying to further collaborate on integrating our two our CPS and Hake surveys. So and a notable thing here is that we have completely revolutionized our net system for the NOAA ships. Actually, the new net system is fairly portable, so it can be used on different, I'm told anyway, on different ships. But so far, we've tested it on 2 of the NOAA ships. It's worked extremely well. So just, I'm sure you've heard about that in other meetings that you've been in and other updates, but that's just something we continue to be very excited about. I also didn't note here specifically where IRA investments are. Maybe in a place or two, but for the most part, that's an area where there is a lot. So the funding that I talked about coming to the West Coast for data acquisition, a lot of it has gone into that integrated survey. In addition, we carried out 4 Cal Coffee surveys, our annual rockfish recruitment and ecosystem assessment survey. Again, that survey, 42 years in the running, has become just really integral to, I think, a number of different data sets in our ecosystem status review report every year. So that has continued. And then one other effort I'll note that we've started this year as part of our building on work that we've done in the Antarctic, which we have an Antarctic program in the Southwest Center, which you don't hear much about here, but we are taking some successes we've had there in terms of going from ship-based surveys to autonomous system surveys, gliders, and moorings. And we are basically have ported that to the California Current, and we're doing a number of different experimental survey efforts to try to see whether or not how much data we can collect that way, because it is so much cheaper to be able to buy a glider. As one of our scientists explains it, one glider is about 4 sea days in cost. So you can really cut your costs that way, but of course you lose a lot. It's a balance in terms of what data you're able to collect with autonomous systems, but we're excited about that, particularly when it comes to the wind energy areas. In stock assessment, we had a big year. We had benchmark assessments for Pacific sardine, Pacific bluefin, which underpinned the point that Jen made about rebuilding bluefin years ahead of schedule, as well as shortfin mako. And then we also worked on, in collaboration with Northwest, on copper and black rockfish assessments, and we did our routine salmon stock assessment work and prepared for the post-dam removal in the Klamath. And then also underpinned Jen's comments on completing an economic analysis for that AOA area in Southern California for aquaculture. And then, of course, the ESR that Kevin talked about that we've all become very familiar with here. Next slide. On the protected species recovery front, we are still in the midst of conducting a California Current Marine Mammal Assessment Survey. This is a huge deal. It's not something we talk about here in the council very often, but we are charged with monitoring large whales in the California Current. We use this survey to update all of our stock assessment reports and abundance estimates for the various different cetaceans in the California Current. So that is still ongoing. It's a massive survey. And will be wrapped up here in the next, I believe, couple of weeks. We also conducted California-wide egg thymine surveillance for salmonids at all the hatcheries in California. This is something that either I or my scientists have spoken to here in the council about the issue of thymine deficiency in salmon, which continues. I'll note that with the large anchovy populations off of the California Current persisting, this will continue to be an issue for salmon. So we will continue to help California and do some monitoring ourselves. Let's see, and then white abalone restoration activities going along as planned. As was already noted, our new offshore wind science plan is out, and we have, like the Northwest Center, provided subject matter expertise in a number of different arenas for that, and we'll be looking in FY25 to begin our efforts under that plan. And then staffing updates, I always put, we staff a number of council committees here. As most people know, we have Mike O'Farrell as the STT chair. I think he's our only employee that we currently have as a chair, but we have a number of other staffing positions from the Science Center as well. Looking forward to 25, next slide. We have a number of activities that we're planning on the again data collection slide. There a lot of what you saw on the last slide because we tend to do the same surveys annually, but a couple of added things here, looking at what we can do in the way of a new glider survey for the wind energy areas in the California Current and gleaning information from that. as well as our bycatch monitoring and identification in the California current, as we usually do. On the stock assessment front, it's going to be a little bit of a lighter year. We can take a little bit of a breather from last year. We're doing an update for sardine and Pacific mackerel. We're in the midst of undertaking a huge management strategy evaluation for bluefin tuna. So now that we've rebuilt, there's care to be taken to make sure that we don't overfish bluefin again. So we have we are spearheading a huge MSE for that stock, as well as we're getting geared up for our status assessments for chili pepper and quillback rockfish, as well as our routine salmon work, and looking forward to the continued work on the Klamath post dam removal. So I think that's next slide. I think I've got one more. Yeah, on the PR front, protected resources. So we have a number of different actions, and again, on Pacific salmon, a lot of what Kevin spoke about under IRA is also work being undertaken in the Southwest Center. We've got a little bit different focus in some areas, but largely we're hugely coordinating across the two centers on that effort. And I will say the IRA funding is going to propel our efforts forward on the research front for a number of listed stocks in the California current under salmon. So that's good. We have ongoing work on Pacific leatherback turtles, white abalone, humpback whales, and then also the whale entanglement, sea turtle entanglement. This is an area where our CEFI work is coming into play, where we're developing applications to help hopefully avoid risk in that arena going forward with better modeling. And then finally, on ecosystem-based fisheries management, our annual ESR and Andy Lysing is our new lead, working with Melissa Haltuck at the Northwest Center on that annually. Going forward, we've talked about CEFI and what we're doing there, and then as well as offshore wind. So I think maintaining and supporting our council appointments here is a high priority for me. And I think in closing, I will say that we are, as Jen mentioned, we are sort of at a pivot point here in terms of administration. So these priorities were developed and put forward here. This is the plan for now, and we will have to take direction with the new administration coming into play in January, and we'll see where that takes us. We may, come back to update you again mid-year, possibly. But I think that's what we have for you today. So we're happy to take questions and rest. Oh, we've got one more slide on aligned priorities here. Next slide. So I'm not sure who of us was going to take that, but this is just a slide that shows the integration and how the West Coast region aligns with the science centers on each one of these three are key goal areas. And that I think hopefully through the slides that we've shown you up until now, you can see where our major priorities are coming into play, especially in respect to the council concerns. I don't know if you have better.
Yeah, long story short, we talk to each other. So
yeah.
All right. I think that's it. Again, trying to catch you up. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Very informative. I will look around the table to see if there are any hands for questions or comments. Yeah. Dr. Lent, and then Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to the team, the West Coast team, for this presentation. Bravo on getting those IRA funds. I assume that since the funds are already out the door, that they are resilient to a change in administration. It's just a quick question, and I have a couple of comments.
Yeah, I think some of them are, and some of them we don't know. I'll just say that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may just say also a shout out to your economics team. You have some great economists doing some fantastic work, and I hope that gets recognized as we look over your work and your priorities. I thank the regional administrator for the reminder that behind the fish are the people. and the communities that we all care about. You mentioned the good news about the reopening of groundfish areas and the recovery of bluefin tuna. As you know, that's an ongoing challenge to reap the benefits of those victories for a number of reasons. Part of that has to do with finding the right year types, addressing bycatch. I'm happy to hear that you're working on bycatch and assessing the protected species stocks that might be implicated. And then the other part that's difficult is markets. Keep hearing people having trouble selling their fish, competing with imports, et cetera. And that is why I was pleased, although it wasn't mentioned here, I was pleased to see the National Seafood Implementation Strategy, and part of that particularly Goal 3, which looks at foster access to domestic and global markets for U.S. seafood, strengthening the entire seafood sector, assuring fair trade for international markets. I'm really interested in how you'll be engaged in that work. There is mention of a pilot initiative on Pacific highly migratory species. So would love to hear more about that, if not straight away eventually, because these are our fisheries where we've had some success, but we need to reap the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to that, or?
So thanks for the question, Rebecca, or the comment on the pilot project. I am aware of that pilot project, but I don't have a lot of details yet on it. I've actually wanted to go back to my folks as well and get more. So maybe we can talk offline.
Yeah, and I think too, as we're all trying to kind of anticipate what priorities we might have going forward in the next few years, I would say, the relevance of seafood and the seafood market should rise to the forefront for all of us. And so I think we can commit to coming back with more information on the highly migratory species. You guys might be interested in the Port Orford work too. So we'll just get that set up. Thanks.
Thank you. Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First, a big thank you for the slides that we have in front of us here. Just so you know, I use these throughout the year and I share them, not necessarily today, but in the months ahead. And I know it takes a lot of work on the part of your staff to prepare these easy summary bullets for us, but they're very useful. And so thank you for the transparency and taking the time to think through the upcoming activities and to communicate with us directly. And I know you do this annually, and it's just incredibly helpful and useful. First question is on slide 6, and this is just the overall bullets of the FY25 priorities. Number 4, fixed gear take reduction team. I just want to make sure that nothing's changed with the scope of the TRT. Yes, it encompasses a number of fixed gear fisheries, but at least in terms of the sablefish fishery, I believe our understanding is that the application is to pot gear only. So I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, it's either 5 or 6 fisheries. So I don't think, no one's informed me that it's changed from sablefish, Dungeness crab, and I think it's spot prawn in California.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to, the language, I thought it was called the West Coast TRT. And so I just wanted to make sure that nothing had changed.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And if I may, so next question, I caught your mention about the Central Valley Spring Run BIOP, and maybe you can provide us a little more detail about the release of the BIOP. Should we be expecting new content in the guidance letter that will come to us in March for purposes of annual salmon management? Typically, spring has been covered kind of within the range of the required protections for winter run over here that are quite constraining between that and what we do for fall run. So maybe you can give us a preview what to expect and when we might expect it. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's still, it's pre-decisional, so I can't really say more than, we expect to finalize the Central Valley biological opinion in early December. And then I think the Bureau of Reclamation will take it to its final decision through their NEPA process by the end of the year, I think is the goal. And at this point, I can't speak to what we might in the letter coming up. So I think that's, and it's not because I'm hiding anything. It's because I don't know the answer to it yet. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Lynn Mattis, then Butch, then Heather, and Corey. I'll try and keep them in that order. Lynn.
Just going to get all of us. Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the report and the summary. Dr. Koch mentioned specifically council staff, people involved in council activities. Dr. Warner and Ms. Kwan, in your sections, there was no mention about continued support with NIP staff to council activities. Is it just difference in style of how you all did it, not prioritized? Just some information on what we might expect as far as NIP's participation in our management teams, technical teams, advisory bodies, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you for the question to the chair. Absolutely. I mean, the Northwest Center has folks on the advisory bodies, and that continues to be a priority for us, and it should have been in our slide deck. So that is a mission on my part.
Yeah, and I think it was just the lack of coordination on our part. I don't expect that to change for us either.
Thank you.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and not slighting the Southwest region at all on the great job that they did on this presentation. But I want to thank we've worked a long time on the salmon stuff, and Mitchell Ad Hatcheries were flat funded for a lot of years. And the habitat, the hatcheries, our tribal friends, all that is important to the salmon world, the coastal communities. And I personally want to say thank you and appreciative of all that hard work that it took. And it's been a long road, but it's finally paid off a little bit. And I want to tell you, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you all for the presentation. I really want to echo the appreciation that others have said for the way you've put this together. It's really helpful. And when I look at the West Coast priorities that you've brought forward, I see priorities that I have as a council representative and a state fishery manager. So I'm glad to see that. But I also, and I don't want to bring things down here, but I'm also flagging some concerns about funding that we need to do the work. You need to do the work, and the IRA money, it's great to see how it's getting spent, but there's other funding that we've talked about over the years, and that's the what we call flat funding to PACFIN, RECFIN, those efforts. And when we say flat funding, I think it maybe doesn't get elevated to what the implications of that flatness is in terms of the spending power and the real reduction in spending power that that flat funding has contributed. And it's really linked to some of the priorities I see here too, with stock assessments and data collection, and that PACFIN money that's coming to the states is really funding that core data collection and age rating of otoliths. And so I'm flagging it as an important topic that we continue to bring up, and appreciate the opportunity that NIMS and Pacific States has had and given us to have those conversations and regular check-ins. And so just offering appreciation for that too, and flagging an area of ongoing concern about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Thank you all for being here. This documentation is just really appreciated, as is your presence here and a chance to have this discussion. I echo Marcy's thoughts that these are documents that I keep as reference as well and turn to. So even though this is just one agenda item, it is very helpful. I have, I think, 2 questions, but I'm looking at the annual guidance memo for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And under data acquisition, there's a bullet that says engage partners and interest holders to identify requirements, capabilities, and resources that are needed to expand data collection for groundfish species in under or unsampled areas. And I was really excited to see that. We have heard a lot at this council, especially over the last couple of years, about the importance of just that. So my first question is a little bit, I'm going to guess that's probably also what the Southwest Fisheries Science Center is thinking too, but I didn't see that as explicitly in the documents or the PowerPoint. And then given that we are hearing from so many members of the public, we hear from fishermen, we also have environmental groups, people who are out, want to actively support this data collection. How can you advise those folks on how to do that? In a sense, how can you help them help you do that meaningful data collection?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks for the very excellent questions. First question is yes. I mean, the specific language in our annual guidance memo is a reflection of the discussions we've had with the council, members within the council, people associated with the council over the last few years. So yeah, I mean, this is an area that we are interested in exploring and definitely in collaboration with the Southwest Center. To the second part of your question, I would say, talk to us. I mean, first and foremost, I mean, we want to hear from you. We hear from a lot of you already, but I don't know that we're hearing all the voices. I think we're definitely interested in hearing thoughts about data collection strategies, particularly in areas where we've had gaps in our historical data collection. And I'd also, just given the previous comment, I'd temper this with saying, like, the resourcing for us is a concern, as pretty much as was expressed before. I mean, we're dealing with, in general, we're dealing with flattish budgets over many years that have led to decreased capabilities in both science centers and the regional office. So, we're looking for ways to meet the highest priority requirements that we have with the resources we have available, and understanding those resources available are going to change year by year by year. And they're going to be a function of the political administration in Congress and the administration. You want anything?
Yeah, I'll say, I think, you hear about all this IRA funding going into data collection and data acquisition, and yet it's temporary. And of course, the nature of our business is annual, year after year after year. And in fact, building time series is really important. So we've had to reconcile kind of what that influx of funding has meant, how we can best apply it in a short-term, temporary way. In the case of what you're talking about, Ms. Writings, I think that is it's add it to another long list of areas where we know we have gaps. We need to move into places where we haven't been sampling in the past, and working with the state partners to do that better. I think in the past year, the 2 science centers have really worked to try to identify, do we have any additional base funding that could go into this effort that we know we could sustain? And there's, I'll be honest, between the 2 science centers, it's scraping the bottom of the barrel. We did manage to come up with some additional new funding. And I think, we have worked with the CCFRP project program with the state in trying to expand areas. I know we were able to get up with them into some additional areas that we hadn't been into this past year. And so I think we're going to continue to look for ways that we can apply the funding that we have, really more of the base funding that we have, towards getting at some of these areas that we know we lack data.
Thank you. Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'll try not to repeat the comments of others, but thank you for the presentation and the documents. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the good work that the West Coast region does in support of this process. From collecting the data and information to the analyses, promulgating regulations, and also in my time on this council, I've observed how NIM staff have continually looked for ways to make council actions work and not said, flat out said no. And it's easy to take that for granted and think that that's the norm for every other region, and it's not. And so the state of Alaska is not always in the position to say thank you to NIMS, but I do want to thank the West Coast region of NIMS for their continued support. It's clear you're working alongside the states and the tribes in collaborative fashion, and that's something that we don't always see as well. I will echo the comments of my fellow council members in acknowledging the utility of these documents. I particularly find the priorities document really helpful. And with that, I'm going to ask an unfair question. Is one of those available for Alaska? Any idea? Can offer it in multiple choice. Yes, no, I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm available to, I'm happy to let them know you're asking for one.
Thank you.
And thank you for that recognition. That's very meaningful.
Right. Thank you. Other questions, comments? Not seeing any hands from council members. Since I have the gavel here, I have just a couple comments too. I'll close with that one. The first one I'll just characterize as encouragement. It's related to the National Seafood Strategy, the implementation plan. There's the Port Orford pilot project is underway. There was the HMS. The encouragement is as NIMS looks for additional projects and moves forward on this, that you take into consideration or engage the council in the discussion. I don't know if all of you were able to be in here during our open comment period, but the last individual who testified during the questioning talked about some of the potential impacts of tariffs and exports in domestic markets. And the way it resonated with me is that individual is ground zero for where the impacts are felt for whatever happens. They're also a good source for some mitigation or ways to rebuild. And as you implement and try to achieve some of these goals in the seafood strategy, domestic markets, increasing wild production, that's where it starts too on the ground. So the council process has the in our advisory bodies and all the people, the boots on the dock, the voices in the communities. I mean, we're connected with them, and I think there's some things to really move us forward there. So just encouraging, keep us in mind on that. The second point was alignment of things, your last slide. And, I was looking at things that relate to how they relate to council activities. I saw in the regional priorities, the priority of including stock assessment timing and sardine stock structure. Sardine seems to be a larger and larger blip on the radar screen, and I see the CPS and sardine in the Southwest Science Center report. And there's, I don't know if it's more discussion in the council process, but I just related back to day last of our last meeting. The advisory, CPS advisory subpanel talked about getting together a group to think about the future of sardine management, just backing off and taking a look and what are we going to do. And I think, it's still on the radar screen, but the importance is looking down the road. Sardine could might rebuild very fast from 50,000 to who knows how many metric tons. And there's a potential to lose the fishery infrastructure because it's been absent the fishery for so long. So it's just thinking that we're prepared in the future for things. And the last thing then is appreciation for what I was going to call your unwritten priority, but it was in the Science Center report, the staff resources, and a number of people highlighted. So I just wanted to hit that also, how valuable it is to us, your staff, including yourselves, to be here and interact with us in providing that, because that's what makes us do good work and helps us to do that. So extend that appreciation. So thank you very much for that. I will let you go now. And with that, I believe we have no public comment, but I will confirm with that. There is no public comment on this. And we'll just follow up and see if there's any additional council discussion. This is not an action item. It was a report. We've had some discussion, comment, and question already. Is there anything else anybody wants to say here? All right. So again, thank you to our three leaders there from the NMFS region and science centers for presenting to us today. And that, Kelly, I think closes us out on this agenda item. Great. So we'll close that and all right, that will take us to our next agenda item. It's going to be a quick change of a couple seats here, so I'll ask you to just be patient. Carrie, you're of critical importance, so just give me the thumbs up when you're ready. All right, thank you. We're ready to get back in the session here. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Griffin to give us the overview for this agenda item. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. This is agenda item D2, marine planning. There are several parts to this agenda item. It's a little more complex than normal, so I'll do my best to orient you and walk you through the order of events here today. In the big picture, we have all the regular marine planning items like offshore wind, energy, and some about the aquaculture opportunity areas. Then we also have a CDF and W report that summarizes the Marine Protected Area petition process, which you heard a little bit about at the June meeting. So we'll do our best to sort of keep those segmented a little bit. We'll cover the normal marine planning business first and get through all that, and then we'll turn to Mr. Ugoretz and turn our attention to a different topic on the MPA petition process. It's not something that's normally in the wheelhouse of the MPC, but it made sense to put it under this agenda item. The council wanted to, council leadership wanted to have an opportunity to have a discussion on it, and this was a good place to put it. The MPC met on October 9th, and that was recorded as always and available if anyone wants to see any of the presentations or hear any of the discussion. And there were several updates, which you'll hear about in just a moment. We're going to start the agenda item with a verbal update from BOEM, and we have Miss Lisa Gilbane here with us in person to provide that update and take any questions from council members. And then we'll have MPC co-chair Mike Conroy summarize MPC Report 1, which is more or less our regular MPC business. And then you'll also hear from Jessica Watson about work that the MPC has been doing on a high-level framework related to long-term cumulative impacts from offshore wind energy development. Then we'll hear a summary of a NMFS Report 1 from Dr. Lisa Pfeiffer, who is joining us online. There's also a NMFS Report 2 in the briefing book on the NMFS West Coast Offshore Wind Energy Strategic Plan. You just heard a little bit about that in the previous agenda item, so that's not going to be summarized again, but it's in the briefing book there under D2. Then we'll have a verbal tribal report, I do believe, and we have 3 supplemental advisory body reports, which are in the briefing book. So we'll go through those. And at that point, we'll pivot to the CDF&W report. We'll have John Ugoretz summarize. And I'll note that we also have someone from the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary online with us, Mr. Sean Hastings, in case any questions come up, because there's a lot of interrelationship between the MPAs that were discussed at the June meeting and the Channel Islands Sanctuary. So we have him available in case any questions need to be directed towards him. We also have some public comment in there. And I also want to mention just a couple other things before we get to the meat of the agenda item. In addition to Ms. Gilbane, we have several other BOEM staff, couple of, or yes, 3 of them are sitting in the front in the row right behind them over there. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. We're down in your territory, so they were here in person. And we also have the Fishery Liaison Officer from Even Keel Wind, who's one of the leaseholders in California. That is Ms. Laura Casali, who will wave her hand there. And she's available. She's not going to present or anything today, but if anyone wants to meet her, get a card, talk about some of the, maybe the site surveys or anything else that's going on with Even Keel Wind, she has made herself available and met with a couple of the advisory bodies today. So after this overview, yeah, I guess I can take any questions you might have about the overall agenda item. And then after that, we can turn to Ms. Gilbane and move through it.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Let me look around, make sure everybody's clear on the tasks before us here. And I see no questions. So good afternoon, Ms. Gilbane. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, thank you to the council and to Carrie and to the Marine Planning Committee that gave me a little time today to give you some quick updates. My name is Lisa Gilbane. I work for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in the Pacific region. I have 2 pretty simple updates. So the first one is we have I just take my notes here. We have a call for science ideas. So we have, this is an annual ask that we have to give us any input and ideas about new environmental, socioeconomic studies, and inform ongoing management. So our program covers conventional, renewable, and minerals. Our studies are typically very applied and program related, but we do like to partner and produce science that is in partnership with this council's efforts and other areas as well. So just that's open. It's open through December 9th. And if you have an idea or want to talk through it, Ellen and Marina are here. They're relatively new to our region, but have a strong fisheries and economic background and would like to talk with anyone about getting those ideas to the table for BOEM. Our funding is we project it will be pretty limited next year. Typically we start about $3 million of new starts and we think it might be a little bit lower next year. So we do want to prioritize our ideas. All right, December 9th. And then the second update is today we're releasing a draft California Programmatic Environmental Impact Statement. So this is a programmatic document for offshore wind. It focuses on the 5 leased areas offshore California. So there's 2 offshore Humboldt County and 3 offshore Morro Bay. This comment period is a 90-day comment period. So we'll see the comment period close on February 12th. The docket is open and ready to go, and we will be presenting to the Marine Planning Committee on December 5th, so you can get more info there. Let's see, I wanted to just give you a really quick update about what that document is. It is not intended at this point to be a decisional document, so it's programmatic in nature with the idea of just being able to kind of discuss these construction and operations impacts. And then the purpose is to identify mitigation so that we can avoid, minimize, and produce a kind of consistent message about what we would expect in the construction operation plans to minimize the impacts to the environment. So this is very much a programmatic effort, but it is a great opportunity to align and prioritize the types of measures that we want to see for offshore wind. And this is before we get a construction operation plan. So a couple of years down the road, we get a construction operation plan. I just want to be clear, we would do NEPA again at that point, but we would be tearing off this programmatic. And at that point later on, we would be doing consultations and other measures like that. So those are my 2 updates.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Gilbane on the updates? And I don't see any hands, so thank you very much for being here with us today. Next, we will go to the MPC reports, Mike Conroy and Jessica Watson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, council members. My name is Mike Conroy. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Marine Planning Committee, and I will be addressing the items that are included in our MPC Report 1. And we have a presentation that goes along with that. Next slide, please. So we're taking things a little bit out of order to make the information presented flow in a way that makes more sense. With that in mind, we're just going to start by just briefly touching on updates from the various states. When we presented it during your September meeting, we mentioned the representative project design envelope for floating offshore wind energy, a focus on the California 2023 federal leases. We included a link to this document in our Report 1 as it wasn't included in our written September materials. This provides the foundation for the draft programmatic EIS that you just heard about from Ms. Gilbane. The California Offshore Wind Energy Fisheries Working Group, which includes members of the council families, continues its work of developing a statewide strategy for ensuring that offshore wind energy projects avoid and minimize impacts to ocean fisheries to the maximum extent possible. This effort will be going through the end of next year. The report is due to the California legislature by that date. Subsequent to the Marine Planning Committee meeting, Golden State Wind's Fisheries Liaison Officer, Rachel Mahler, who you will be hearing from during public comment, indicated that they would be deploying Met buoys within their lee side off Morro Bay in early to mid-November. You'll be getting an update from her on that. They have been very communicative throughout. That's what I have on that. And then roughly 2 weeks before, switching over to Oregon, roughly 2 weeks before the planned auction off Oregon, BOEM postponed the October 15th lease sales off Oregon due to a lack of interest. I believe only one bidder completed the process to become a qualified bidder. That same day, BOEM noticed the same day that BOEM noticed their intent to postpone the lease auction, Governor Kotek sent a letter to BOEM in which Oregon withdrew from the BOEM Intergovernmental Task Force in order to ensure that Oregon's interests are fully protected and that Oregon has adequate time to complete the state roadmap with engagement and participation of key constituencies and the public, and requested that BOEM halt all current leasing activities off the coast of Oregon and terminate the current auction. That letter is linked as MPC Report 1. Regarding the offshore wind energy roadmap, a few updates since publication of the advanced briefing book. The first orientation meeting was held on November 1st. Subsequent meetings will begin on November 19th in Florence. Then once a month through June of next year, they are going to be all day in person with a virtual hybrid meetings, which are open to the public. Separate work groups will meet more frequently. It is expected more information on the work groups will follow the upcoming 11/19 meeting in Florence. The first task is going to be to get comments from roundtable members on an outline, and this is in process now. The final report is expected in June of next year, and we included a link in our report to the Department of Land Conservation and Development's roadmap webpage. Off Washington, as Carrie noted at the outset, included in the briefing book is the September 18th letter by Governor Inslee to the Washington Coastal Marine Advisory Council, in which he decided not to request federal offshore wind planning process at this time, based on his view that the state will be best off by pursuing additional research and state preparation prior to inviting a formal federal planning and evaluation process. The next WCMAC meeting will take place on December 3rd, and a link to learn more about the particulars of that meeting is included in our MPC Report 1. Next slide, please. So, as Carrie mentioned, Dr. Lisa Pfeiffer will be providing a presentation on agenda item D2B, the NMFS report, which is a socioeconomic characterization of West Coast fisheries in relation to offshore wind energy development. As such, and in the interest of time, we'll be not mentioning that. John Hansen at the most recent Marine Planning Committee meeting provided us with an update on some activities WACOA has been working on, planned around cumulative impacts, and is taking a broader approach than just offshore wind. This includes supporting the development of a new West Coast cumulative impacts needs assessment. And to that end, funding has been set aside to hire a contractor to facilitate the planning for that assessment. As you heard during the previous agenda item, NMFS is working to understand impacts of offshore wind energy on NOAA Trust resources and published its West Coast Offshore Wind Energy Strategic Plan last month. It is included in the briefing book as NMFS Report 2. Recall that NMFS provided an overview of the draft plan for the Marine Planning Committee and the Council earlier this year. The final plan did not significantly change from that, and we want to briefly highlight the 6 priority areas for research that were identified in the science plan. Habitat impacts, how will infrastructure supporting offshore wind impact surface and subsurface circulation patterns and create and or modify habitat in and around developed areas. Second one is physiological and physical effects. How will new infrastructure and an increase in vessel traffic, both of which create stressors that have the potential to cause physiological and physical impacts on ocean organisms. The third is species abundance and distribution. How will this new infrastructure interact with atmospheric and oceanographic processes, benthic and pelagic habitats, and other ocean use sectors in ways that will impact a wide variety of species directly or indirectly at multiple spatial and temporal scales? For fisheries socioeconomic impacts, offshore wind will likely impact commercial, recreational, and tribal fishing activities, as well as communities for which fisheries is a part of their culture and economy. The impacts depend on whether areas with offshore wind energy infrastructure will be accessible to fishing and the like. With regard to ecosystem and climate interactions, in addition to effects of ecosystem components embedded in the previous items, research priorities will be needed to synthesize the effects identified under other focus areas to understand how impacts to individual ecosystem components may interact and result in compounding effects across the ecosystem, and to distinguish offshore wind energy impacts from climate variability and climate change. And then finally, impacts in scientific surveys As we know, these are essential for sustainably managing our nation's fisheries, promoting the protection and recovery of marine mammals and endangered and threatened species, and conserving coastal and marine habitats and ecosystems for future generations. Next slide, please. As NMFS announced at the September council meeting, NMFS, BOEM, BESI, and the U.S. Coast Guard are sponsoring a report required by the National Defense Authorization Act of 2023 for a study on impacts on shipping and commercial, tribal, and recreational fisheries from development of renewable energy on the West Coast. A link to that language is included in our report 1. Late last month, the National Academy of Science published a call for experts to participate in this study to understand potential impacts of offshore wind renewable energy development on maritime traffic and fisheries on the West Coast in both federal and state waters. This was published after the advanced briefing book deadline, and we wanted to make sure that interested members of the council family were aware of this opportunity. The link included on this slide will take you to the nomination form, and the deadline for submitting nominations closes at 11:59 p.m. on November 20th. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jessica.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, members of the council. Just for the record, my name is Jessica Watson. I'll be summarizing supplemental report 2 for the MPC. Next slide. So at that October 19th MPC meeting, time was dedicated to discussion of the further development of a high-level framework document for identifying key issues and potential long-term and coast-wide impacts of offshore wind development along the U.S. West Coast. The MPC envisions this document as a collaborative tool to engage West Coast entities working in the offshore wind space, promote the council's prioritized information needs, and to support a comprehensive consideration of individual and cumulative impacts of offshore wind development at a regional level. Next slide, please. So as a reminder to how we've got where we've come so far and the developmental process the council has been to date on this topic. In November of 2023, the MPC proposed the development of this high-level document for identifying and laying out means to address information gaps needed to inform the council, comments and recommendations around offshore wind development scenarios and their associated cumulative impacts to the resources and communities that the council manages. In March of 2024, the council directed the MPC to continue developing this framework and to reach out to other entities that may also be considering something similar. So we have been doing that, and here we are today in November, proposing a draft outline that incorporates the new resources and information that have been discussed previously in this presentation. And the MPC proposes to bring forward a completed offshore wind cumulative impacts framework for the March 2025 council meeting. This proposed timeline will allow the MPC to continue compiling offshore wind related research and data needs over winter, as well as incorporate any discussion of this council guidance under this agenda item, research and data needs agenda item at this meeting. And it'll also give the ABs time to provide input to make sure all are included in the development of this document. Now I'll provide a brief recap of the different proposed sections of the cumulative framework document, which you see here, starting with the purpose and objective. Next slide. So the purpose and objective of this document is to identify key issues and potential long-term coast-wide impacts of offshore wind development on the U.S. West Coast. The council has repeatedly expressed the need for a comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis for offshore wind development at a regional scale that identifies the potential short-term and long-term impacts to the marine ecosystem, natural resources, habitats, fisheries, and communities under the different processes and different development scenarios, which is evident in all of these council letters depicted here on the screen to date. Next slide, please. As offshore wind is developed as a mechanism to address the effects of climate change, the council must have the information needed to understand and recommend how the council views responsible offshore wind development along the California current ecosystem and balances the energy needs with known potential impacts to fisheries, coastal communities, and the CE. Moreover, addressing the known informational and data needs could also inform future fisheries management decisions in addition to offshore wind planning. So the scope of the potential development scenarios really kind of looks at two different factors. The reasons we've heard so far for a lack of sufficient cumulative impacts analysis to date really focus around, one, that there is not enough known about the specific construction and operation details for particular developments during the planning and lease stages of BOEM's process. So now we have, as Mike has mentioned, we've seen previously, this representative project design envelope. that we can use. BOEM's also definition for reasonable and foreseeable does not cover timelines of electricity production goals outside of the current leases. So as part of this, we would be considering that as well. So using this information will be a good starting point for reference. And this framework will aim to identify a range of future development scenarios to define that scope that the council sees as necessary for meaningful evaluation of cumulative impacts. Next slide. So thinking about kind of that geographic scope, this section of the framework will not only consider the current state energy goals, but also consider future build-out scenarios. The geographic scope will address the potential questions about where installations are planned currently, as you can see on this map with the leases in California and the call areas in Oregon, as well as future locations that could be needed to meet future goals, like the areas that previously have been presented to the council through the CEC as suitable sea space as part of AB 525, or the Department of Energy's typologies of energy production on the West Coast. Next slide. Also part of scope is to not only to consider the geographic component, but also to consider the potential impacts that are dependent on the scope of infrastructure needed to meet those goals. This could include things like turbine size, number of cables, cable routes, etc. This section will combine the range of energy goals with information from that representative project design envelope to provide the council, decision makers, and the public with an illustration of what information would be needed to identify pathways towards minimizing risk and health and function of the California current marine ecosystem, ecologically and economically sustainable fisheries, dependent fishing communities, protected resources, and sensitive ocean habitats. Next slide, please. This framework is intended to catalog and characterize the existing information and identify ongoing and planned scientific efforts, as well as gaps in research that need to be addressed to enhance a cumulative impact assessment. And upon reviewing the newly released NMFS science plan, it appears many of the questions raised by the council in comment letters have aligned with the research priorities identified in that document. And it's crucial to align council policy needs and goals with scientific insights regarding the impacts of offshore wind development. This integration will enhance the council's ability to make informed decisions. So the MPC is proposing using the NMFS strategic science plan as a framework where the council could prioritize those efforts where offshore wind development and fisheries management would mutually benefit from additional research and information. This would allow research entities and groups to direct limited resources to address the council prioritized needs. The following table that you see on this slide shows the proposed format of this table, which uses the science plan to highlight existing data deficiencies related to the interactions between offshore wind development and habitat, species, and fisheries under the council purview. So those 6 areas Mike mentioned. And in this example, it's showing NMFS priority area 4, or those fisheries socioeconomic impacts, is being used as that information gap. Then based on the data needs or questions, the MPC would identify an impact category and the source of where data needs or questions originated. And then there is a column to identify any documentation or resources that the MPC is and the ABs are aware of to inform addressing that data need. And the MPC is proposing to circulate a more complete version of this table to the ABs to receive input prior to March 2025, and then create a draft for council to review and prioritize those data needs at that meeting. Next slide, please. Lastly, the MPC has included for reference a preliminary list or Appendix 2 of entities engaged in the research relevant to offshore wind development. This list was informed based on current known consortiums and research groups that have been discussed during MPC meetings or engaged in the council process. It's not exhaustive and is designed to grow and change over time. And it's the MPC's understanding that the states, agencies, interested entities could utilize this foundational list as a resource when considering their research priorities, activities related to potential impacts of offshore wind development. Additionally, this comprehensive list of organizations and their expertise would enable the council to identify entities working on council topics of interest and foster collaboration, then could leverage existing knowledge and resources, ensuring the efforts are complementary rather than redundant. And the MPC expects to provide a more comprehensive list at that March 2025 council meeting. Back to you, Mike. Next slide.
Thank you. Just real brief before we get into the questions portion, we provide this to you at every meeting, sort of an update on what's going on and what our vision is for what's upcoming. You'll notice that we crossed out anything that would have been contingent upon the Oregon auction taking place last month. So we removed that from our year at a glance look. And then we also removed the planned notice of preparation, notice of intent of preparation of joint environmental documents for the Cadema Wind Project. That was the project that was proposed in state waters off California for 4 turbines. In a conversation with State Lands Commission, they had indicated that they were indefinitely delaying the release of those documents and didn't have a planned timeline for when we may or may not see that. I just want to also note, and this was referenced earlier by Ms. Gilbane, that the Marine Planning Committee is holding a webinar the afternoon of the 5th to hear about the 2 draft programmatic EIS statements that are programmatic EIS documents that are planned for publication. 5 lease sites off California was published yesterday, and we're expecting the draft programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas off Southern California to be published very soon as well. Next slide, please. So this just sums up what we're seeking guidance on. Any guidance you have on the content that Jessica just covered would be helpful. We are expecting the 2 comment letters on the 2 draft programmatic EISs to come during the time frame between this meeting and your March meeting. So any potential for us to develop quick response letters in coordination with the Habitat Committee on those 2 EISs, draft programmatic EISs, and then anything that comes up during council discussion. And that's, I think we have one more slide that says thank you and questions. We're done.
All right. Thanks to the 2 of you for that. I will look around for any questions on the MPC reports.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your efficiency in getting this information back to us. Just a couple of things. It seems reasonable and even rational to request an extension of the comment period to cover the March council meeting. I wonder if that's something that the council can discuss doing. And also, I'm just blown away by all the research that's underway, this October NIMS strategic plan, the National Academy of Science. There's all this research going underway. In the meantime, we're auctioning off leases and studying, which things are sort of charging ahead. When are we going to have enough information and science that we feel comfortable moving forward? And why does this all seem to be happening simultaneously? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I'll handle the first one. The council has in the past asked for extensions of the comment deadlines. If that is something that you would like to ask us to do, we can certainly submit that request. But I think we would still operate under the assumption that that 90-day comment period is going to be the deadline, and we would act accordingly. But if it is extended, then yeah, obviously we wouldn't have to go through the QR process. We could come to the March meeting, have it vetted, introduce it, and discuss it, and then you could rubber stamp it there. And then all you.
Thank you for the question through the vice chair. We don't have any, the MPC doesn't have any response with regards to the timing of things. I think the goal with this framework is that it can allow the council to identify research priorities that are of most importance or would bring the most information forward that would both inform offshore wind development for when certain processes come up for public comment, as well as allow for potential to increase some of the knowledge needed to increase fisheries management decisions.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next, we'll move to the management and advisory body reports. First up are the NMFS reports. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As Kit noted in his symptom, we have Dr. Lisa Pfeiffer online with us. She's a fisheries economist with our Northwest Fisheries Science Center, a member of our West Coast offshore wind team, and we'll give the council here an overview of a report she was a lead author on regarding West Coast fisheries and offshore wind energy.
All right, thank you. Lisa, I see you online. Please go ahead.
Testing my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I do have some slides that I sent. And while those are coming up, my name is Lisa Pfeiffer. I'm a research economist at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And this report that I'm going to give a summary of was undertaken in fiscal year 2023. It's called Socioeconomic Characterization of the West Coast Fisheries in Relation to Offshore Wind Energy Development. And it was undertaken through an interagency agreement with BOEM. Next slide. This was funded under BOEM's Environmental Studies Program, and the report is now posted at this website that is listed here, so you can access it. I believe it's also in the briefing book. The objective of the report was for BOEM to better understand the socioeconomic characteristics of West Coast fisheries in relation to offshore wind energy development. It was to provide additional information to enable BOEM to conduct a more thorough analysis of potential impacts from offshore wind activities, including siting, leasing, construction operations, and decommissioning. One of the objectives was to leverage the unique expertise in fisheries economics that NMFS has. NMFS has had fisheries economists and social scientists for many decades, which is rather unique in terms of agencies. So the report itself is quite high level. It's really identifying issues, data sources, tools, and models that we use for fisheries management analysis. So it's really intended to be a reference document for BOEM and eventually for developers and other entities that need to consider fisheries in their work. There are 4 main sections of the report, and I'll provide just some quick highlights of each section. Next slide. So in section 2, the first section is just an introduction, overview of the West Coast fisheries. What we do is really kind of explain how fisheries management happens. We explain fisheries management plans, how they're implemented, how NMFS works under international obligations, treaties, and agreements. And we also provide a general legal and management context for tribal fisheries, but we note that individual tribes should be engaged directly. So we're not representing tribes in this document. Next slide. And one of the things that we do in this section is really explain what fleets make up the different fisheries management plans. And these can be really quite complicated. So one of the things that we did was develop infographics and tables to help BOEM understand the different sectors, gear types, target species, vessel types in each of these fisheries management plans and how they interact. These are all things that likely, you as a council are completely familiar with, and so might mention in conversation, the DTL fishery, but it is somewhat jargony, and so we want BOEM and developers to be able to reference this document and understand exactly what you're talking about when you reference some of these sectors. We also explain that the data owners and data administrators and the coverage of different data types are different depending on the fleet that they're covering. And so we really wanted to emphasize that this data is designed and collected for fisheries management purposes. And so other uses of that data take a lot of consideration and kind of specialized knowledge, and we as NMFS socioeconomic experts are available to help understand that data. Next slide. So in section 3, we cover this data, fisheries socioeconomics data, and we explain a lot about why that data exists. In that establishing the Magnuson-Stevens Act, Congress found that collection of reliable data is essential to the effective conservation, management, and scientific understanding of fisheries resources in the United States. And that the MSA requires the use of best scientific information available for their decisions. And this led to NMFS and state agencies collecting a large amount of data from fisheries participants in order to meet the goals of fisheries management. So in this section, we really sort of explain what the data is, why we collect it, and that it doesn't just exist. It's collected for specific fisheries management purposes to contribute to specific questions or monitoring. Next slide. So also in section 3, we provide a bunch of examples of the types of data that are available and the types of kind of summaries of data that are available. So in this figure, we're showing annual ex-vessel value of West Coast commercial fisheries over time, a figure that came from data provided by PACFIN, but is depicted in the California CCIE report. Next slide. We also cover recreational fisheries, and this infographic here is one created to depict recreational fishing across the West Coast. We note that while a lot of recreational data is not as comprehensive as is available for commercial fishing, there is a lot of really interesting and useful information available on recreational fisheries. Next slide. We also note that NMFS has a coastal community social vulnerability indicators website. And these types of indicators include fishing engagement and reliance, environmental justice, climate change, economics, and gentrification. And so one of these indicators, commercial fishing engagement in California, is shown in this figure here as an example. But we sort of go over in the report where this data comes from and the types of uses that are encouraged through this data collection and data aggregation process. Next slide. In section 5, we discuss fisheries socioeconomic impact assessments and methods. And so again, we really emphasize that fisheries data are collected for fisheries management. And we explain the types of fisheries socioeconomic analyses that are conducted by NMFS that are required to support things like NEPA, RIR, and RFA, and also to varying degrees under the MSA, NEPA, ESA, and other applicable laws. Next slide. And so this is an example of the type of information that we can provide through analysis of the data that we collect that can contribute to things like economic impact assessments. This particular figure shows the proportion of trips by week within each fishery that also participates in the groundfish catch share program. And so this is intended to convey, sort of the portfolio of fisheries that vessels participate in and the different times of year in which those fisheries are important. Next slide. And we also explain how economic impact studies are used by regional economists to measure economic activity. This type of model is something that you see very often. The input-output model for Pacific Coast Fisheries, or IOPAC, is a regional input-output model that's developed by NMFS, by West Coast NMFS, in order to estimate direct and indirect output income and employment contributions from fishing on the West Coast. NMFS uses these analyses in fish stock rebuilding plans, climate and ecosystem modeling, harvest specifications, and other fishery management measures. These types of analyses can be done for the whole West Coast, they can be done for states, or they can be done for port areas. And we produce this infographic to make the kind of complex information that goes into this type of analysis kind of more digestible and understandable. Next slide. And then finally, we do some analyses of what types of metrics and data sources have been used in recent fisheries management actions. And so, many of you have probably worked on some of the examples that we gave in the report. These two examples highlighted here are the groundfish essential habitat and the yellow eye rockfish management proposed fisheries management actions. And so, yeah, we go through, kind of what type of analyses were included in those management actions, the fisheries that they covered, the metrics that were used, the data sources that were used, and the models that were used as kind of a model for BOEM to potentially look at as they're developing fisheries impact assessments. And then, sorry, yeah, next slide. Finally, we outlined some additional data needs that we thought might be important to support offshore wind energy analyses. I have two columns here. The first column is data that's likely needed, but not currently in a publicly available form. And by publicly available, I really mean, directly aggregated and downloadable from some source like TACFIN. And so these include things like the number and location or port of commercial fishing vessels, commercial fishing vessel links, the location of offshore commercial fishing efforts, the number and location of fish buyers, and the revenue of fish buyers. And I do want to note that many of these things are things that we're already working on within NMFS and with Pacific States and PACFIN. This report was completed in fiscal year 2023. So a lot of these things we're already working on. But the other column is important in that it's data that we feel is likely needed, but new data collections would need to be designed. And so this is potentially an area where the council could have some input. If you believe this is really important to provide for offshore wind energy type analyses of impacts on commercial recreational fisheries. And these include the number and location of recreational fishing vessels, the location of offshore recreational fishing effort, the characteristics of recreational fishing vessels, the number of land-based shore or jetty recreational trips in Oregon and Washington. This is available in California, but not Oregon and Washington. Operational costs for non-groundfish fisheries, and the number, location, and characteristics of fish processing facilities. And there may be other things here, but these are just some pieces that we outlined in our report based on the kind of summaries and analyses that we did for the report. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Pfeiffer on the NMFS report? And as I look around the table, Dr. Lent.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I am thinking it's deja vu all over again because I know I've seen this. It was in a link in a document in the last council meeting. And then I guess I saw a presentation of it at the NPC meeting. But one of the questions that I raised there was at the bottom of page 91, there's the last paragraph starts with BOEM Pacific will need to evaluate the extent to which models and data collections will need to be expanded to meet their needs. And I raised the question at that meeting, and the answer was, we don't know yet. I don't know if there's been an update since then. I'm not sure how long ago that NPC meeting was. But has there been an opportunity to consider whether you need to expand your data collection and modeling? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Lent. The idea in that statement is really that BOEM needs to do the analysis to decide whether the tools and models of the type that NMFS uses are sufficient for their purposes or whether they need to be expanded. So I would suggest that that's an exercise for BOEM, and we're certainly available to help and contribute, but it's sort of outside of our purview.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. That, I believe, completes the NMFS report and will take us to the tribal report, one tribal report. Turn to David Stones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to have Steve Joner come up and give the report.
Good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon. Or is it evening? So it's getting late. I'll try to make this as quick as I can. First of all, I want to give a brief report update on the National Academy Committee that I'm on for offshore wind energy and fisheries. We've been rather dormant, and a lot of that was because of the difficulty in getting a longer term contract between the National Academy and BOEM. They have that now. It's in place for the next 2 years. And so we've had a couple of regrouping meetings of our committee. And just for those of you who may not know, I'm really the only person from the West Coast fishing community that's on the committee. There are mainly people from the East Coast. There are two academia members, one from UW and one from UC Davis, that are on the committee. And I've been told that we're probably going to add 2 new members to the committee before our next open meeting, which is in December. And hopefully those 2 will be from the West Coast. So that's been almost a year since that process began. We're having a public meeting on December 17th and 18th with that committee. And we expect BOEM to give some reports on activities that have been they've been involved in, including activities on the East Coast, and hopefully an update on where they think their priorities will be now with the change of administration. So if you want to listen on that, I can provide it to Kerry, the link to that, and he can send it around. So y'all have heard us talking about our concerns over this offshore wind. I think we're going on 3.5 years now. And when this first came to light, we immediately, the tribes became concerned about the impact this will have on the tribes' fisheries, beginning with what will happen to the California current ecosystem, what will happen to upwelling, larval production and growth and distribution and so on. And so we're very grateful that the National Marine Fisheries Service has recently introduced their strategic science plan, and we look forward to working with them on that. But as you'll hear, and as you've already heard, there's a volume of research going on by a number of entities on the West Coast. And we just feel like trying to track all that will be very overwhelming for us. So I'll just give an example of some of these. The governor of Washington has directed the Department of Ecology to work with the tribes to work in establishing a science advisory panel for doing collaborative research with the tribes and other entities in Washington. I know that there's an effort by the legislature of Washington to have the University of Washington do some work, including developing a model for being able to determine some of these impacts. Oregon, as you know, has their roadmap and a very aggressive effort now, meeting monthly with their roundtable. I know Oregon State University is doing research. Oregon Sea Grant is doing some. We have the West Coast Ocean Alliance, and there are others that I haven't mentioned. I may not even know who they are. But we believe that this all needs to be channeled through one entity, not necessarily approving or supporting the research, but rather just to coordinate it all. And I think that's important so that all of us, but in particular the tribes. And I think if you look around, you'll see maybe 3 of us in this room from the Washington tribes. So we don't have a large workforce to be able to track all this and monitor it. But fortunately, we have a very solid relationship with our primary ocean trustee, the National Marine Fisheries Service. So I guess I'm proposing that number one, the council continue to stay engaged in this. We continue to work as the Marine Planning Committee, and that this research be coordinated through, I would propose our West Coast Region's Offshore Wind Coordinator's Office. We have a very capable coordinator there, and her team. And their function in doing that would be, again, just to coordinate all this, to serve as a central clearinghouse. And we would ask that each one of these entities would provide periodic updates on their research to the Marine Planning Committee. And then we in turn could report that to the council, as Mike and others are very capable of doing. And that way we believe that we can stay on top of this. And there's no question that there are a great number of unanswered questions, data needs that must be addressed before this goes forward any more than it is now. So that is something that the tribes strongly encourage, and hopefully that can be established and continue, and we can be sure that this research is, number one, we're really tackling the most critical questions, and number two, that we're not duplicating our effort and therefore not efficiently utilizing our limited resources. I think that's all I had to say. We appreciate the state of Oregon and what they're doing. And again, we believe we need to stay involved with that. We can't possibly cover all these ourselves as tribal fishery managers. So I believe this would help the tribes and would be beneficial to everybody here and each of the entities, each of the agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Joner on the tribal report? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Steve. Next, we have a Habitat Committee report. Dr. Corey Green is online to deliver that. Good afternoon, Dr. Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item D2B, the Habitat Committee report on marine planning issues. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from Mike Conroy on offshore wind energy planning and development updates and information from the Marine Planning Committee's October 9th webinar. The agency anticipates working with the MPC on potential comment letters on the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's draft programmatic environmental impact statement and the aquaculture opportunity areas within the Southern California Bight and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's draft PEIS for the 5 leases in federal waters off California. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel report. Mike Okaneski. Good afternoon, Mike. Still afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I'll be reading from agenda item D2B, Supplemental CPS AS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel CPSAS commends the Marine Planning Committee on another excellent report. The issues, the agenda item D2A, Supplemental MPC Report 2, the report stresses, including the report's list of data gaps, are the largest challenges facing our future West Coast fisheries. What will the total impacts of scaled out floating offshore wind be on fisheries displacement when floating offshore wind reaches its targeted goals? Are there additional goals we do not know about? Moreover, what will be the cumulative impacts be on the California current large marine ecosystem, productivity, protected species, food security, and socioeconomic welfare? The report delves into large data gaps that make it impossible to use present methods to estimate the full extent of floating offshore wind impacts, leaving us fully exposed to harm. Potentially most harmful are those gaps that overlook transposition of the foundational elements that support the current marine ecosystem. The report takes an important step forward. The CPSAS is convinced that if we do not take heed of the data gaps and cumulative impact studies noted in the report, production capacities of our fisheries and the California large marine ecosystem could be severely constrained. And that's the first one, and I've got the gap report.
All right, let's look around and see if there's any questions on the CPSAS report first. And I don't see any questions. So yes, you also have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. So let's hear that.
Thank you. Same agenda item, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on marine planning. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, GAP, agrees with the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, Supplemental CPSA Report 1. Under this agenda item regarding a cumulative impacts analysis, Supplemental MPC Report 2, and anticipates providing more input after the Marine Planning Committee expands its work on cumulative impact analysis. Additionally, the GAP appreciates the volume of studies and research needed to afford the seafood industry with assurances that offshore wind and floating offshore wind in particular will not harm fisheries for future generations. That is, given the example of how dams on the rivers were constructed and escalated for power generation, a similar industrial build-out of floating offshore wind turbines on the ocean could have an exponentially unfavorable effect on the California current large marine ecosystem. Therefore, the GAP supports one organization or entity coordinating the research, acting as a clearinghouse for the questions related to offshore wind research, particularly when it relates to effects on fishing and the ecosystem. And that concludes our reports.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Seeing no questions, thank you, Mike. That completes that set of reports, and we will move to the second set Carrie referenced regarding the marine protected areas. John Ugoret's California report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good late afternoon. I will briefly summarize the report. It's been in the briefing book for a while now, but the Department of Fish and Wildlife wanted to present some information to the council, given that you received a petition copy for a change to marine protected areas around the California Channel Islands at your June meeting. You've also received an updated petition in this meeting from Mr. Herman. These petitions follow a 2022 10-year comprehensive review of the California Marine Protected Area Network and Management Program called the Decadal Management Review. Within that review, there were 28 recommendations for the next decade of MPA management. And one priority recommendation was to consider adaptive management actions that might change marine protected area designations or specifics within marine protected areas in California. And the state received 20 petitions with more than 80 unique requests to amend the network. Mr. Hermans was one of those 20. The department recommended to the California Fish and Game Commission a 3-phase approach to evaluate MPA petitions that had been received. This includes a first phase where petitions were binned into those that could be considered immediately and those that required additional policy or other information before being considered. The second phase would be to separate those first bin petitions into various actions and proceed with consideration, and then evaluate those petition actions in a third phase. The department completed phase 1, and Mr. Herman's petition is included in bin 2, specifically because it is requesting a change to the no-take status of a state marine reserve into a state marine conservation area, thus reducing its relative level of protection, and the fact that the petition would require changes in federal waters as well as state waters, which would necessitate coordination with the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, National Park Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the council through our role in advising National Marine Fisheries Service. The timeline to consider those specific actions for bin 2 petitions is still being developed, and the department has proposed a timeline to the Fish and Game Commission that they adopted, which would not consider the bin 2 petitions until at least March of 2025. So we have more information on our website that's linked in the report. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'd summarize by saying that we appreciate Mr. Herman's efforts to keep the council informed of his petition, though it is likely too soon for the council to take any action or discussion on that matter.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ugaretz on the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report? Seeing no questions, thank you, John. I believe that completes our reports. I know Carrie mentioned we have Sean Hastings from the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary online to answer questions, but what I heard was there is no report coming. I just want to confirm that. Thank you. So that completes all our reports, takes us to public comment. We have 4 signups, I believe. Yes, we do. There they are. We will take them in that order. First, Rachel Mailer, followed by Elizabeth Marchetti. Rachel, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Amazing. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. Thank you for allowing me the time to share a brief project update on behalf of Golden State Wind Project, which is located off the Morro Bay, California. My name is Rachel Mailer. I'm the fisheries liaison with Golden State Wind. And first, I'd like to announce that Golden State Wind has successfully concluded the 2024 geophysical survey activities using low energy equipment inside the lease area and portions of potential export cable routes in federally regulated waters. Secondly, the initially scheduled deployment window of November 11th through 18th for 2 Met Ocean buoys inside of the lease area, a LiDAR and wave scan buoy, has been pushed back due to inclement weather. I have provided the positions of where the buoys are to be anchored by both email notification and by updating the Golden State Wind Project's website. The LiDAR buoy will be equipped with AIS, and both buoys will be equipped with radar deflectors, reflective paint, and lights. The anchoring systems of both buoys will be tension style to keep the anchor chain from sweeping on the seafloor to minimize impact. I will continue to notify fisheries as soon as a window of opportunity arises to deploy the Met Ocean buoys. As always, I encourage fishermen and other ocean users to reach out to me with questions, comments, and concerns by their preferred method of contact. My email is Rachel, RACHEL .Mahler, MAHLER @oceanwinds.com. My cell is 805-680-8138. The project website is goldenstatewind.com, and check under the Information for Mariners tab for up-to-date information. If you're not on my email notification list and would like to be, just please reach out to me directly, and I will be happy to add you for future notifications. I just want to shout out and give a special thanks to all the fishermen who I've had the pleasure of working with collaboratively this past summer while Golden State Wind was undertaking important work to responsibly develop offshore wind. And thank you again for allowing me the time to provide a project update. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mailer on her testimony? Not seeing any hands here. Thank you very much, Rachel. Next, we'll have Elizabeth Marchetti, followed by Sasha Levy. Elizabeth, can you hear us? I'm checking to see, is Elizabeth online? Doesn't look like she's online. We'll come back and check after we've gone through everyone. So we'll move to Sasha Levy, who is here in person. Good afternoon, and remember to turn the mic on there.
Hello. Well, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Sasha Levy, and I am a master's student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UC San Diego, where I study marine biodiversity and conservation. Prior to my graduate studies, I spent nearly 10 years as a cybersecurity engineer in the tech industry. I am here today to voice my support of the report presented by the Marine Planning Committee and to encourage the Council to prioritize research on marine protected area connectivity when evaluating the impacts of offshore wind on fisheries. This issue is addressed in Research Focus 3 on the NMFS West Coast Offshore Wind Energy Strategic Science Plan, as well as in Research and Data Needs Attachment 1 in the briefing book, which includes a line item on cumulative impact analysis and data gaps related to offshore wind and fisheries. This summer, my classmates and I reviewed a report from researchers at UC Santa Cruz and Oregon State University assessing connectivity across California's MPA network. Connectivity is a cornerstone of the design of California's MPA system. This report, published 10 years after the MPAs were established, found that the replacement capacity for 5 fish species was significantly higher within the full MPA network compared to areas outside of the network. Specifically, the replacement capacity increased across all 5 species studied, ranging from a 1% increase to as much as a 135% increase. These findings underscore the importance of considering MPA connectivity as a key factor in the assessment of offshore wind impacts. I urge the Council to continue to evaluate the effects of wind energy development holistically, taking into account how the placement of lease areas might disrupt or enhance species connectivity across the entire Pacific region. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Levy on her testimony? Not seeing any hands. Thank you. Next, we have Blake Herman online. Blake, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Blake Herman. I'm the author of Petition 2023-15, a part of the California State MPA process. While there are currently no actions scheduled for this petition by this council today, I still feel it's important to kind of update everyone that could be involved in the future on this petition status. As this petition is the only of the 20 that asks to modify a majority of federal waters compared to state, I believe federal bodies such as this will play an important role in the future considerations of this petition. I encourage those who can to see the clarification and amendment letter I submitted regarding the petition. It's not a full new petition submittal. It's just some more points and a few amendments to better align the petition with what the state's looking for. Most notably, the goals of the state's MPA master plans that were published before or that were published after the Channel Islands MPA network that clearly state to allow for HMS fishery access, which is what the petition is asking for. This should allow us to update these areas that predated this literature to this more modern standards. Additionally, I would like to restate the problem of commercial swordfish gear movement in the clarification letter. Because of the federal expansion of the 3 MPAs in the petition, these areas go an additional 3 miles offshore, further overlapping with local harpoon fishery grounds more than others. And since their federal closures are some of the only MPAs in the state that overlap the deep set buoy gear grounds, which is a federal fishery. When I hit or hook a swordfish on these gears, they could swim up to 5 miles away before I can retrieve it. Sometimes that means the fish goes into an MPA. Mainly on the federal side, as we're mostly offshore. As of now, I can't legally retrieve that fish, which is wrong, really, especially with harpoon fish, because the fish is dead. It's going to go to waste either way. So we still retrieve them today, taking as much evidence as we can to show that we hooked or hit them legally. But the point is that this should not necessarily be illegal to retrieve a legally hit fish. This problem is most prevalent inside of the 3 MPAs at the Channel Islands within the petition, specifically because of these federal expansions. I will continue to update the PFMC as this process moves along, but with the Fish and Game Commission stating that this may be done by the end of 2025, I want to not possibly hold up the state on their end by not informing everyone here about kind of what's going on. I appreciate the Fish and Game's report on all of this, and look forward to future updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Herman on his testimony? No questions. Thank you, Blake. Next, we'll circle back to Elizabeth Marchetti. I see you're online. Can you hear us, Elizabeth? Thought you were.
Well, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Council, and everybody for your time. I'm on the East Coast, so I'm a little bit delayed, but just wanted to provide a quick Equinor Wind US update for Atlas Wind. So we are one of the Central Coast leaseholders. You may remember that we were surveying in early spring. We ended up in July. We received our state survey permits in September. But I just wanted to be here tonight, and sorry I couldn't be there in person, just due conflicts on the East Coast. We will probably not be surveying or be in the waters in 2025. So just wanted to be here tonight to let you know we may not be out there in 25. Anything changes, we will keep you posted. We are active and engaging, of course, with the Central Coast fisheries and tribal communities through the 7C working group with the coastal community, California coastal. So just wanted to be here tonight to let you know that we may be quiet for 2025, but we are here. And if anything changes, we will, of course, let everybody know what we are doing. But just wanted to be here tonight to let you know that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Marchetti on her testimony? I don't see any hands, so thanks very much for waiting so long to join us. That completes our public testimony and takes us into council discussion and action. Consider the marine planning issues, provide any guidance as appropriate. Who wants to start? Any guidance, any discussion? Asia Shamillo.
Thank you. I guess I can start by offering that I heard from a lot of the advisory bodies that there's a desire to have some kind of clearinghouse of all of the research projects that are going on. Maybe a question to Noah on this one about, and the council actually, like what is the capacity for between the two entities to do something like that? And is there another entity where that is better placed? Or I do agree with them that this is useful, even if the shape of the desire for wind energy changes with the upcoming administration. But having some research about the impacts of industrialized ocean use seems to be high on everybody's priority list. So, capacity question.
Look for anyone who wants to respond. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I appreciate the question, and it does seem like a worthwhile exercise. I don't, right now, I don't know what that would entail. And as we get toward the end of the week, I'll be showing you some information, showing our staff capacity, and we are quite loaded up at the moment. So I think we are in the place of maybe there's something we could do if we can use the MPC or work with NOAA, but it seems like a stretch. So I don't know, maybe Brian has more to offer, but I think where we're in is a question of what are your priorities, and then we can talk about what we want to do.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ms. Shimillo. We also struggle with capacity a little bit as well, so recognize those comments. But this is something we're interested in too. We have been having discussions with our state partners already a little bit, as well as specific states and folks at the commission there too. So we haven't got really past the exploring options stage at this point, but something we've been interested in.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Certainly, I recognize the importance and utility of some sort of a clearinghouse, but the recognition of capacity, it's more than just posting things. You've got to have some sort of a searchable structure. There's a lot involved in creating a data repository or even a report repository. So I'm very mindful of the capacity discussion.
Thank you. Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe the NPC's proposed cumulative impact framework, or the proposed outline that we've been shown, it doesn't do all of that, but it certainly goes a ways in looking at cataloging research and data gaps. And I believe they had asked for some input on their outline, and it looks good if this is something that the NPC can handle with the resources they have at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. John Ugoritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And a separate topic that the MPC noted in their report and their presentation is the potential need for quick response letters on the draft PEISs for both aquaculture and California offshore wind. And I support their leadership in that for us. They've done a great job in the past, and I certainly think they should be given the green light to do that again here.
Thank you. On that matter, let me look around and see, is there agreement that's in the future? I think we were talking about March or something like that, deadlines, but before our next meeting, does council agree that we should task them should the opportunity arise with those, and we would see it through QR, seeing agreement around the table. So we'll let that move forward. Heather Hall.
Thank you. Yes. And in addition to that, I think what the MPC laid out in report 2 and request to come back in March too with looking at the science, the strategic science plan and aligning that with the framework that they've been building and working on makes a lot of good sense to me too. And I didn't have any specific recommendations for how they have it laid out. I think there's a lot of thought, and I'm not seeing anything missing at this point. So my thinking is just giving them the green light to also work on that and come back in March.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna look around the table again and see if there's agreement with that approach, that we would hear back in March from the MPC on that. That looks good. Other comments, discussion, tasks? Dr. Lent?
Hey, Mr. Vice Chair, can I just ask, Carrie, do you know how long is that DPEIS on offshore wind? I mean, is it something we could browse between now and Monday?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Lentz, I haven't looked at it, but I'm not sure exactly where you're going with that. I guess, could you like restate the question? Are you wondering if it's something that we could get another report on later in the meeting, or? I see. I couldn't commit to that. You know, we could probably provide at least some sort of general summary. We have BOEM staff who is probably willing to help us get that. But what I can also say is that the 90-day comment period associated with this PEIS is longer than they normally provide. And we oftentimes ask for an extension because a 30 or a 45 or a 60-day it is often difficult. We've been anticipating this, and we were pretty pleased to see the 90-day comment period, which I feel would, give us an adequate opportunity to address it. But back to your question, I suppose we could provide at least a high-level summary of what's in the DEIS in a few days, but couldn't do a deep dive.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, discussion? I'm not seeing any. Carrie, how about a summary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you have completed your business under this agenda item. You've given the green light for the MPC and the HC to work on a QR comment letters on both the BOEM PEIS and the anticipated NOAA Aquaculture Opportunity Area PEIS. You suggested that they should go ahead and continue working on that cumulative impacts framework and come back in March with, as described by Ms. Watson today. They can do that. They're planning on it. And I think, I think those are the main bits of council guidance that I heard today.
All right, thank you. Look around, make sure that's clear with everyone. Not seeing any hands. I think we will close out that agenda item. And with everyone's indulgence here, we have one more agenda item today to get through, a Habitat Committee report. So I'm going to see how fast Carrie can pivot here.
I pivoted. I turned the page.
All right.
I'm ready.
Why don't you lead us on?
Thank you. So this is the Habitat agenda item E1. And I believe we have Dr. Corey Green online and ready to read the report. The HC met online the last couple of days of October and covered several topics. One of my lessons learned was to add that the second half day. We did a day and a half, and we probably could have used another half day. So next time I'll add in some more time. Okay, maybe Corey is not online. If Corey's not online, I can read it. I wanted to mention that there's one topic in the HC report, and I think Waldo Wakefield is online. And he wasn't going to read it, but he is a subject matter expert. So just so you know, as we go through the report, that I think he is available to take questions if need be. So unless I hear or see someone else jumping up to read that report, I'd be happy to do it.
I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone else. So Carrie, could you please read the report?
I would be happy to, and I see Waldo online and promoted. Thank you. Okay, so this is agenda item E1, the Habitat Committee report on habitat issues. It's not too long. I may summarize a bit, but it's just a little bit over a page, so I'll try to plow through it. The Habitat Committee heard an update on a fishing gear effects on marine habitats database. They also got on the previous meeting, they learned about this. There's a link in the report to this. This is a nationwide, or it's a database that encompasses the entire nation, and it looks at fishing gear effects on marine habitats. It's a compendium of literature that's out there and available. And you can also, if you click on that link and you look at the database and something that's missing from it, you can propose adding some literature or studies or other science to populate it. That was done by a retired NMFS employee who is on contract but leaving soon. And we are hoping that the database will be picked up and maintained over time. There's a note about the highly migratory species amendment on the EFH review. That was also, well, that will be noted in the HMS report by NMFS. That was approved and signed, sealed, and delivered. And we have the notice of agency decision and the transmittal letter. So that is done. And then also there's a national EFH mapper, and there's a link to that in the Habitat Committee report. So Eric Chavez, who's the West Coast Region NMFS EFH coordinator, will make sure that the updated maps and metadata and other associated information gets uploaded to the EFH mapper. The next item is the undersea wine cellar. This is a real thing. There's a couple of companies on the West Coast that take wine and they store it underwater for some period of time, and then they pull it back up and they sell it. There's been a proposal for a couple of estuaries in Oregon. The Oregon Ocean Policy Advisory Council tasked its Scientific Technical Advisory Committee with considering the impacts and of placing these things on the benthos, and the HC will track that progress and report back as necessary. The next item was a presentation that we got from Dr. Claire Reimers and Adrian Chan, who's a graduate student at Oregon State. Claire Reimers is associated professor at Oregon State. They gave a presentation on collaborative research with ODF and W on biogeochemical cycling and benthic disturbance on the outer shelf of Oregon. The amount of carbon stored in the upper 1 meter of marine sediments is substantial and concentrated in the coastal ocean, with one approximation as high as 5 times the amount stored in terrestrial vegetation. Maybe in the interest of time, I won't read it verbatim, but it was a very interesting presentation. And this is the one that I mentioned, Dr. Wakefield is online. So if anyone has perused this section in the HC report on this, and if you have any questions about it, Dr. Wakefield would be the one to answer them, not me. But it's a little piece of a much broader piece of research that is that they're working on, and it's interesting looking at the trying to evaluate and measure these fluxes of carbon and the relationship between that and bottom trawling or other disturbance activity. This is ongoing work, and at least part of it takes advantage of the fact that for Amendment 28. In the groundfish FMP, there was a reconfiguration of open and closed areas. Recall that we had the trawl RCA, which was to address overfish species concerned concerns, closed a ribbon up and down the coast for about 18 years. And then it was reopened off of Oregon and California. And also as part of that amendment, there were other areas that had been fished and were closed. So it's presented a really good opportunity to do research on, on both areas that have been recently opened after being closed and closed after being open for a while. So that's all sort of related and tied into this. The last thing I'd like to mention is that we had a member of our Habitat Committee pass away, and there's an in memoriam piece in the informational reports. We've had two in the council family in recent months. And one of them was a Habitat Committee member. Leonard Krug was in the sport fishing seat in the Habitat Committee. He's been there for 2 years. He was a committed recreational fisherman, a dedicated member of the council. He was new to the council process, but he dove in, he learned, he paid attention, he contributed, and he really worked hard to learn the ways of the council and the Habitat Committee. He passed away doing what he loved. He was halibut fishing, and it's my understanding that he caught a halibut. He said he didn't feel well after that, and it was all over. So we really appreciated having Leonard on the Habitat Committee, and we will miss his presence and his dedication to supporting recreational fisheries. So that concludes my best attempt at the Habitat Committee report, and I can take some questions. And again, if there's any questions about the biogeochemical cycling research, we have someone online to answer those.
All right, thank you, Carrie. I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the Habitat Committee report. John North.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Carrie. Not on the report itself, but I brought this up at our Oregon delegation. I'm wondering if would it be possible in March to get a report from the Habitat Committee on the recent documentation of golden mussels that were found in California. I think that's the first reported occurrence in North America, and they seem to be quite the beast, more tolerant of calcium temperature and salinity than zebra or quagga mussels, and they've been found in multiple bays in California already, is my understanding. So I'd be interested in that.
Carrie?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. North, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that's something, I'm not familiar with that issue, but I think that's something that the Habitat Committee would be happy to, look into and provide a report or information as part of their report for March.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Thanks, Carrie, for the report. I did have a question about the biogeochemical cycling. I think it's a relatively easy one, but it notes that it is concentrated in the coastal ocean. And I'm just mentally thinking about what does the coastal ocean mean in this context?
Well, this is where, excuse me.
I think you're going to phone a friend. So Waldo, you were online. Did you hear the question? Can you respond to that?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, council members. I'm sorry if my dog is barking in the background and I can't get at her, so I hope that's not too disruptive. But anyway, so Corey, the organic carbon is much higher in its concentrations on the continental shelves and the upper slope, and then there's less and less of it as you move further into deeper water. So I don't know if that answers your question, but the continental shelves and the upper slope are the areas where the most of the carbon is stored. And it's not equal in different parts of the continental margins around the world. Along an upwelling margin like we have on the West Coast, there's higher concentrations of carbon being deposited on the shelf and the slope.
Thank you. Corey, does that answer your question? All right. Any other questions here? Not seeing any. That completes all the reports. And I need to confirm that there's no public comment. That's correct. There's no public comment. So we'll move back into council discussion on this item, and I'll look to see if there's any further discussion. John Ugaritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And maybe it's the time of day, but I actually wanted to comment on the undersea wine cellar. And just mostly for my esteemed colleagues in Oregon, but I was somewhat surprised to see this. This same company operated illegally in California. They put wine on the seafloor without the necessary permits. California Coastal Commission cited them, and then it was discovered that they also did not have alcohol permits to sell the wine. They actually pled to a series of misdemeanors to avoid felony charges, and they were fined a minimal amount, but required to dump 2,000 bottles of wine that had lived on the seafloor in California, as well as pay back an investor $50,000. So we had some discussions about this and about potential impacts. I'd be happy to talk to Oregon about it offline.
Thank you. Interesting topic. Any other discussion? Not seeing any here. I will turn to Carrie. Anything else we need to do there, Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, I think that completes your business for this agenda item. There were no specific actions, but I heard a request to look into the invasive mussels and report back in March. And and the habitat. Oh, and also as we mentioned in the last agenda item, the HC will work on the two potential or the two QR letters for the draft EISs that are coming our way.
All right, thank you. Dr. Len.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Can you send us a link to the PEIS? I can't seem to find one. Thank you.
I'd be happy to.
All right, thanks. Anything else? Everybody's clear on this agenda item before I close it out? Not seeing any hands. We'll close that agenda item. I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asmer. To say that I'm impressed that you got us caught up is an understatement. So before we leave here, I'll turn to Executive Director Burton for announcement as far as the day's activities or the evening's activities.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, this evening, I believe we will be seeing most of you, if not all of you, at the banquet, which is right next door. I believe it's just on the other side of this wall. I haven't actually checked it out myself, but it's right over here. Okay. So that doors will open there in 8 minutes. Looks like the food will start at about 6, and then I'll start emceeing our event, our festivities at 6:30. So maybe that helps you plan the bulk of your evening. We're going to aim for 9, but we have a lot of people to honor this evening, so no guarantees. Other than that, appreciate all the good work, and thanks for getting us back on time.
All right. Well then, everyone, we'll see you at